Welcome to the track cycling event in Glasgow.
Hopefully you don't sound like that when we're really doing it. Hello, welcome to the track cycling.
Welcome to the cool event called track cycling.
They go round and round. Oh, look, they're going anti-clockwise. Didn't realise.
Wow. All right, brilliant.
Hello everyone and welcome to wonderful Glasgow for the UCI Track Cycling World Championships. We are at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome and it is the very first all-inclusive championships that the International Cycling Union has put on, with all of the disciplines and sports that come under the umbrella of the International Cycling Union, the UCI, all in the one place for the very first time. We'll be doing this every 4 years. And so far, it has been amazing with so many things on offer. BMX, mountain bike, road track, all the indoor disciplines, as well as your BMX freestyle. So much to see and do here in Glasgow this week. This is the 6th day of competition at the Velodrome here, and we're into the finals night, Monday night here in Glasgow. My name is Scott McGrory, and I'm joined in commentary by Annette Edmondson, 3-time world champion on the track, and also Olympic medalist. Good evening to you, Nettie.
Hi, Scott. How are you going? Your voice is coping okay, day 6 of competition?
It has been pretty tough on the old vocal cords. There's been so much on with the para and able-bodied all together for the very first time. It has been a plethora of races to call. And you can see the Celtic Park in the background, home of the famous football club, which is also the location, back when it was a track, a bike track and a sporting oval, of the first time that Glasgow had the World Championships on the track. It was back in 1897, the 5th edition of the Track Cycling World Championships. Only 4 medals on offer back then, 2 motor pace and 2 sprint in the professional and the amateur ranks. Only for the men, though.
Wowzers, how times have changed. I've heard we've got about 80 events during the the 6 days that we're here. Up tonight, we have the men's C5 individual pursuit, the men's C2 kilometre time trial, men's B sprint, women's C3 500 time trial, C3 individual pursuits, elimination race for the elite men, men's B sprint finals, and we've got the C5 scratch race, the men's B sprint final decider, and the women's Madison. So lots on the menu tonight. You can see everyone's starting to get ready. This is a shot of the pits and the warm-up area, so everyone's been jammed in. Apparently you're only allowed 1 soigneur per team, so that's the French word for someone who brings your drinks or does your massage or pins your numbers on, so they're the team helpers. So yes, very hard to get access into that pit area. Lots and lots of competitors there. So here you can see our race program. So kicking off at 6:15 BST.
Yes, kicking off with the para-athletes, as we have for most of the evenings as well. It's been a special occasion to have the paras mixed in for the very first time, all-inclusive World Championships here. And while it's been fantastic for them to be on the big stage, they've also been very inspirational to the able-bodied athletes, and you can imagine how humbling it can be for them who think the world revolves around them to have the para-athletes here as well. So it works both ways. It's been fantastic to have them, but it has meant that there's not a lot of space on the inside of the track, and there's been so many races. So they have actually separated where the presentations are being held as well. Hello, love you also.
From Brazil. And we have Poland on the rollers warming up.
So within the complex here, there is another area where they will be having the indoor sports of artistic cycling and cycle ball, etc. Just next to that is a separate pit area for all the teams, and the presentations will be conducted in there. So the first time also the presentations are not inside the velodrome itself. Yeah,
what do you think about that, Scott? What are your thoughts?
There's no other way around it. There's just not enough space. So it works okay, but there's just not enough space inside the track here to be able to do that.
Yeah, so not enough space and not enough time. So here's Mel Pemble. She's up tonight. She'll be warming up ready. I think she's in the bronze ride-off. So she's very relaxed. It's very interesting to see how different athletes approach their preparation. Here's Ilya Viviani, Olympic champion in the Omnium in 2016. He's up in the elimination tonight.
Finished a little bit down the standings yesterday in the Omnium, but he's such a marked man when he comes onto the track. a restart, but the rule change that happened recently was no restart unless it is a actual mechanical mishap. He thought that he had a bit of a stumble at the start and skipped his wheel and thought he could get another go. That wasn't the case, and they had to continue on, and that completely was, for them, a disaster in the race for the bronze medal.
It certainly was, and yeah, you saw him put his hand up hoping that he'd get that free start, but at least they put it all together and they managed to get their time finished. But
let's have a look at how the individual pursuit is going to unfold. That's the first event on the program tonight for the C5 men. Very much about the aerodynamics, but you have to have the speed and the power. 3 kilometres, 12 laps for the women, 4 kilometres, 16 laps for the men, but that is going to change. The women will be doing 4 kilometres. Change also in the time trials for the women, usually 500 metres, 2 laps, 4 laps for the men. From next year, the women will also be doing the full distance of 1 kilometre. It's a big change for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. That is massive. Because when you've been training for 3 kilometres, 3.5 minutes to all of a sudden, well, unless you're Chloe Dargart, for example, it's an extra minute or so of racing. So it does change your physique.
Always opportunities when those sorts of changes happen for new riders to maybe come into the mix. Maybe it's one of the fastest of the team pursuit type riders that might get an advantage in 1 kilometre. Final preparation warm-ups here for the riders, as opposed to the pure sprinters that at the moment are best suited to the women's 500 metre time trial. Perhaps you might get a really fast rider that's come out of the team pursuit discipline that could get a benefit over 4 laps. We'll have to wait and see. That's going to be from next year. It's not the case this time around. It was Emma Hinze that won the 500 metre time trial here, the German, just ahead of our Aussie friends, Christina Klonen.
Yeah, so here we have the C5 individual pursuit final for the men category, and we have our Dutch rider Daniel Abraham Gerbrew. So he's a Dutch Eritrean, 38 years old, rode for Continental Road Team Beat Cycling. And so he's had gold in the road race in 2016 at the Paralympic Games, also in the 2020 time trial. So he's taking to the track. And he will be taking on Dorian Foulon, so 25 years old, from France. He won the individual pursuit in 2020 at the Paralympic Games too, so he's no stranger to this event. 2022 IP gold as well, so the defending champion. So he's riding off for bronze tonight, unfortunately.
He might be surprised to find himself racing for bronze, but he has to step back up again. There is only 1/10 between them. And they are now underway. First race of the Monday program, 6th day of competition. C5 individual pursuit for the men. Qualifying between these two, virtually nothing. 4:29.2 versus 4:29.3. However, usually the qualifying is on the same day as the final, and fatigue can play a part. It's a little bit different here. The qualifying for these races was back last Wednesday, so we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. Already, though, a very fast start from Foulon.
Yeah, it's super exciting because they, as you say, 0.006 separating them in the qualifying round. So this should be an epic, race for the bronze.
Fast start though from Foulon. 1.7, so it's already started to come down a little bit. So just a much more efficient start from Foulon for the first lap. And now Abraham is up to full speed and starting to bring it back. This is going to get very interesting. If they are anywhere near they were in qualifying, this should be a fantastic race. And we've seen a lot of this, Nettie, in the para racing, where someone might have a much better technique at the start. They open up a big lead, but the comebacks have been extraordinary. So we can't take too much from the first couple of laps in these races. Absolutely.
Everyone has different styles, and it's not over till it's over. So there's still 11 laps to go for these guys out there. So as you can see, it's down to 1.3 seconds. So Abraham slowly starting to bring it back.
And they'll get 10 laps to go the next time as they come through.
So very similar speeds now. They're both around 54 kilometres per hour. So you can see our speedos in the corners of the screen.
Yeah, it's a great graphic actually to be able to see the speed and just how much they can actually maintain a high speed. At the end, you'll get the average speed. It's the same with the kilometre and the 500-metre time trials. But coming from a standing start, the average speed isn't a great indicator compared to the maximum speed that they are able to reach. And the comeback is really on here now, down to 0.7. And this is what we were starting to become to expect from these para races. They've been so exciting.
Yep, so this is the C5 category for the individual pursuit. So down to 0.565 now. So Abraham Gabru's bringing it back for Netherlands.
An Aussie friend of ours, Alistair Donoghue, this is the category he would have been racing in, and he had a foot injury a few weeks ago and could not come to the World Championships. I know he'll be back in Australia watching this one closely. 0.4 of a second. This is going to be really tight.
5 laps to go now. Let's not forget Dorian Foulon from France. He is the defending champion, so he has been in this situation before, so I know that we're going to see a big fight from him, but it is getting close. 0.307 of a second.
Now it's coming down in just tenths of a second closing in. Now it's stabilised. So the question has been asked. Foulon's coach has told him he needs a little bit more now. Your opponent, Abraham, is starting to come back. 0.2, super close. So he's trying to lift the Frenchman.
So exciting, Scott. We've got 3 laps to go here. 3.5. And they're holding it. It looks like he's actually putting a little bit more, as you say. Foulon is starting to squeeze.
And we have the Dutch coach, there he is, right down in front of our commentary position, so we get a good indication of just how animated he gets as Abraham comes through. Screaming at his steed as he comes through, and the gap has gone out a little bit. So Foulon has been able to lift. Fast start, just a balanced midsection, and now fighting. He wants the bronze medal. He wanted to race for gold, but he's in a situation now where he'll go for the bronze. He'll be happy. And now 0.6 of a second as they go into the final lap. He's finishing this one off well. The defending champ will stand on the podium again because the gap now out to 0.8 of a second. Dorian Foulon from France takes our first medal for the night, and it's a bronze ahead of Daniel Abraham from the Netherlands. Good fight back.
That was awesome. That's really cool. A lot of the time when you see another opponent closing in on you, it's lights out. There's nothing more you can do. So the fact that he was just sitting there waiting, holding that, and being able to have that little bit left in the tank to bring it home is really impressive.
Just a tad over 1 second was the difference in the end. Foulon able to lift compared to his time in qualifying, so always nice to go faster than you did in the first round, regardless of the fact it was a couple of days ago. So a good race between those two to kick things off here Monday night in Glasgow.
There you go. It's a pretty good position there from our French rider, Dorian Foulon, who's obviously spent a bit of time in that position. Aerodynamics makes such a big difference and it gives you free watts, they say. So, yes, a lot of time spent in that position. Here we go. Here are our fans here tonight.
Rainbow T-shirts on sale here at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. Rainbow jerseys handed out by the UCI. They are not for sale. They have to be earned. And that's what we're going to be racing for now. The race for gold between Martin van der Poel and Ihor Dementiev. Netherlands versus Ukraine. Let's look back to the qualifying a couple of days ago. Both these riders rode 4:27. The tenth of a second, 0.77. For Martin, 0.78. 1/100th of a second separated these two in qualifying.
Yeah, that's it. We had a close one before in the bronze rider, but these guys were even closer. So this is going to be a super hot final. We've also got Netherlands here again, so Van der Poel. So if there's anything to do with his name, we had Mathieu van der Poel taking the win for the road race yesterday. So I reckon this Van der Poel is going to be looking for gold today. Dementiev here, 36 years old, from Ukraine. He'll be looking to upset our Netherlands team.
Final of the men's C5 individual pursuit is underway. 16 laps of the track, and nothing separating these two in qualifying. They have both had lots of races since they did the qualifying, so it's perhaps not a straightforward shootout between the two fastest from, say, this morning's qualifying. It was days ago. They've had plenty of racing, plenty of fatigue in the legs. So who has been able to get through all of that to get the best out of themselves here tonight? That's the big question. And Dmitriev, true to form, 0.2 of a second up, 0.3 now. Trying to put a bit of pressure on the rider from the Netherlands, Van der Poel, that did qualify ever so slightly faster than him.
Yeah, Dmitriev from Ukraine is a bit more experienced, so he's been around for a little while. Bronze in the IP at the 2020 Olympics versus Van der Poel, who was an ice skater. And he had an accident where a skate was cut part of his leg, so then he, in his recovery, wasn't able to skate again and therefore took up cycling. And yeah, he's obviously found something he's very well suited to. So this is his first IP final, so I've heard. So he'll be looking to take this gold tonight.
Well, the transition from speed skating to cycling is not a big step. And I commentated the Winter Olympics speed skating. They're very, very similar sports, I can tell you. So this is proof that skating and cycling are evenly matched, because we have a skater in the final of the cycling, Van der Poel, but he's got a little bit of work to do, because look at this, 1.9 seconds is the deficit that he now has to overcome to Dmitriev.
Yep, so Dmitriev looking very comfortable here. We've got 1,500 metres in, so coming up to 9 laps to go. So at the halfway point, but as we saw in the previous heat, anything can happen.
Starting to take a little bit more control here, Dmitriev. 2.5 seconds. Talk about all the races they've had so far this week. Maybe it's been a little bit too much for Van der Poel.
Never say never, Scott. I'm in for a hot finale. Still quite a few laps to go.
Men's individual pursuit final yesterday. Filippo Ganna came from the clouds.
He absolutely did.
To win.
That's it, final lap. He took back 2 seconds in the last 2.5 laps. So we have, we've still got, about a kilometre and a half to go. 6 laps to go. So the gap is 3.1 though. It is heading in the wrong direction. So Van der Poel is going to have to pull out something out of the bag.
It is 6 laps to go now. Let's look at another time check. 3.1 seconds. You're right. It doesn't look like the momentum is starting to swing back towards a comeback from Van der Poel. Dmitriev down the back straight. He'll have 5 to go when he comes through. I can see Martin's coach just down here in front of us, giving the signal that he is down. He knows that he has to lift. He knows exactly where he sits in relation to Dmitriev on the other side of the velodrome. Has he got anything as they get towards the final kilometre? Inside the final K now.
Yep, Dmitriev looking very comfortable here. He's almost got him in the same straight. And that can make such a difference, being able to see your competitor and be able to kind of wind them in.
2.5 laps to go. Gap still over 3 seconds, so once it blew out to 3, Van der Poel has been able to just hold it at that. Dmitriev hasn't been able to close it down. But it's inside the last 500 metres now, and at 3.5 seconds. So from here, knowing that we're getting close to 250 metres of this individual pursuit final to run for the C5 men. The bell sounds, 3.8, it's gone out further. There's no comeback from here for Martin Van der Poel. Gold is going to Ukraine. This will be Ukraine's first gold medal at the championships this week.
Wow, what a win for Ukraine. For Dmitriev, congratulations, 4.3 seconds.
And second place, silver medal, of course, going to Martin Van der Poel.
And you can see he's happy with that. Dmitriev was silver in the individual pursuit last year, so this one means a lot. 4.26 for him.
Another rider, as we saw in the race for the bronze medal, improving on his time from qualifying, throw all those other races in between. That's great. That's a really good step up from his qualifying to claim gold. Second fastest. Doesn't matter. He did it when he needed to in the final for the race for gold.
He certainly did. And after a silver in the scratch race this week, I think that difference is you can see it's special. So there we have the standings. So yeah, pretty satisfying result there for our Ukrainian.
Igor Dementiev ahead of Martin van der Poel and Dorian Foulon from France, picking up the bronze medal. Unique opportunity for the paracyclists this week, being included for the first time in the World Championships with all of the able bodies. So they really have had a fantastic opportunity to be a part of what is usually a bigger atmosphere that they get to be a part of, which has been fantastic. Good way to kick things off. First medals awarded Monday night here in Glasgow, the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. Understated. Thumbs up. Men's C2 kilometre time trial final will be up next. Well done. Ukraine, gold, standing on top. He can replace the familiar blue and yellow now with the rainbow stripes of world champion. And if you are tuning in for the first time, these evening sessions are thick and fast, full of races. There is virtually no pause whatsoever. Bang, straight into the next race. C5, the C2 1K time trial. They had their qualifying ride. Top 6 made their way here into the final. And Chris Burns will get them underway for Ireland. The world record holder will be the last rider to come. Ireland, the familiar green. Chris Burns gets them going.
So he's in the start gate, so that countdown went down. The gate holds onto the back of your tyre, and you can only go as soon as it lets you go. So the timing is super important, and it can make a big difference at the end, especially when it comes down to fractions of a second.
First lap completed. 4 laps of the track for the kilometre time trial here for the Paramen C2 category. 1:14.3 in qualifying. His initial goal will be to just try and get better than that. Where that finds him in the overall standings, regardless, he'll be happy if he can just get an improvement.
Yeah, so the qualifying was completed earlier today. So the idea of a qualifying is to rank riders and give them a certain order for the final. So then you can see exactly what your competitor has done. And so this is Chris Burns with half a lap to go, almost completed his kilo, and then we've got another 5 riders to come after this.
A little bit down on his qualifying time, 1:14.3. So he'll be slightly outside that with a 1:15.0. First rider down in the men's C2 kilometre time trial. 4 laps of the track. And unfortunately for Chris, threw in an extra half lap for free there. Didn't stop. Went round to the back straight instead of finishing in the home straight. It's
actually pretty tough out there when you're giving it absolutely everything. The lights are out. You've got your head down, but that's it. An extra half lap. If he'd used that energy a little bit earlier, then maybe he could have had a better time. But.
And look, it might have been as simple as he started in the back straight this morning, finished there, and now he started in the front straight and just forgot that. That's all right. On to the next rider now. Florian Chapeau from France. .1:13.3 in the qualifying. Fastest qualifier, the world record holder, Alexandre Lutter, 1:09.2. Just to get a difference between these early riders, Chapeau with the 1:13 versus the 1:09 from Lutter, his teammate from France.
Yes, he'll know exactly what he needs to do to get up there when he's got a compatriot like Alexandre Lutter, having the world champion and the previous, the world record holder and the previous world champ.
Yep.
with you in training, it makes such a difference. So be interesting to see what Florian Chapeau can do.
One rider on the track, racing the clock, but more so racing themselves. It hurts the kilo. Seems fairly simple. 4 laps, go fast. If you go too hard, that 4th and final lap is absolutely brutal with the lactic acid just flooding through the system. Good start, though, after the first half lap.
Yeah, so he's 0.3 of a second up on Chris Burns, so that green number at the bottom of the screen will show you just where they're at in terms of the previous competition. So 0.2 of a lap, 0.2 of a second up. So yes, man against the clock. 1 kilometre, 4 laps of the velodrome, fast as you can go. And do you pace it? Do you go out a little bit slower and try and bring it home? Do you go out hard and try and hang on? It's a bit tactical and it's very tough, but yeah, you know when you get it right. You know when you get it wrong. We've got 1 lap to go.
The winner of the C2 scratch race. He was 6th in the individual pursuit, but he already has a gold medal this week. He's going to get the best time, 0.6 of a second up as they come around the final bend. And with the credentials of the riders still to come, the time of 1:13.7, we don't expect to hold on for the gold medal, but he already has one of those from the scratch race, so he's had a fantastic competition so far.
Absolutely. There's 4 riders still to come.
Tarek Dahab from Canada will be the next to come onto the track. But check out the start style there. Nice, clean, smooth start from him. We saw that translate to half a second advantage in the first lap, or first half lap, 125 metres in.
Absolutely. He's got a pretty good aero tut here, trying to hold the black line as much as he can. As soon as you start to go up the track on the bends, then you're doing extra kilometres, so it makes it, well, meters, but it can make a big difference over an individual pursuit or a time trial like this. So the goal is to be as smooth as you can and as straight as you can.
It is 5 metres further if you ride the red line versus the black line for 1 lap of the track. 5 metres. That's a lot. Next rider on the track, Tarek Dahab from Canada. 1:12.4 in qualifying.
Pretty clean start for Dahab from Canada as he winds it up in through bend number 1. So you can see he's got a pretty big gear on, slow rotations. But he starts to get, once he gets the speed up a bit, then you can see him transition into the bars where it's a lot more aerodynamic.
Good start at the first half. Likewise, at the end of the first 250 metres, almost a second up now. Faster qualifier, of course. 1.5, starting to really open things up. Has to try and hold on. He's gone out hard. Is that going to bite him on that final lap?
He's riding a big gear here. 0.5 seconds faster so far. He's going really well.
Well, 1:12 in qualifying. He's on target to go under 1:10. That is medal potential. 3 more riders to come. Can he get himself up into the podium? Final bends. This is where it really hurts. Getting to the line. Gone out over to 1:11.9. So 1.8 seconds difference. It was that final lap. He was on target to go under 1:10 then.
Yeah, you could see he's happy with that. Happy with that, or grimacing from the pain.
Still best time.
Yeah, you could see that last half lap he was really groveling, and as you saw, the time came down a little bit from what he was on for. So yeah, it hurts. It certainly hurts digging through that last half lap all the way to that finish line. But great performance there from Tarek Dahab.
So 3 riders remain. He will be nervously watching the next 3 to see if he can get a better time than any of them and get himself up onto the podium. He was in what you would almost guarantee with half a lap to go. If he could continue at that particular speed, it was guaranteed a spot on the podium, I would have thought. It's just that last half lap. Regardless, position number 1 for the Canadian, 1:11.9. That's the time to beat now if you want to get yourself up onto the podium. Gordon Allen, I should say, from Australia up next. And his qualifying time was only slightly better than what we just witnessed from Tarek Darb. So he has to repeat, has to come back, put up a big performance here to guarantee that he will finish with a medal. Shota Kawamoto will be the next rider onto the track, and then Alexandre Luther from France.
So Gordon Allen was 3rd last year in the kilo with a 1:11.1. So I'm sure he'll be hungry to go under that time this year and hopefully make an improvement on that podium.
It would have been fantastic had he won the kilo with that time.
No.
That sort of chuckle from you, Nettie, there, that was a bit of a dad joke chuckle, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. I like it, though. I like it. Got to keep it exciting, don't we?
Gordon Allen. Well, we don't need to. These athletes are doing everything for us. I'll keep the dad jokes to myself. Australia up next. 2 more riders after this. He knows what time he has to beat to guarantee a medal. Gordon Allen from Australia underway. Time to beat to guarantee a medal is 1:11.9.
Here he is, winding it up down the back straight.
Super fast start. 0.8 up. Very efficient out of the start gate.
So he's getting down into the bars a little bit later than the other competitors, but 0.9 of a second up so far. This is looking good so far.
Oh, it's come back a little bit. So super quick start. He's put in a huge effort to get up to speed.
And we're at the halfway point. So
now
2 laps to go, 0.447. We'll see if we can hold this or whether it will start to fade.
Down. 0.2 of a second down now. Coming around to get 1 lap to go, and it's going in the wrong direction. He needs to dig deep in this final lap. 0.1. He's still holding on to a podium position here. Here's Tarek Darb looking on while he's warming down, nervously watching the Australian. He's put a little bit more back in. This is good. What a comeback. Out to 0.2 of a second. Can he get himself a guaranteed podium position? Yes, he can.
Wow.
Fastest time. 0.473 up.
Oh,
somewhat disappointed there for Tarek Darb. He still has a chance.
Still has a chance, but that was a great time. There we go, 1:11.4 this time. So a little bit slower, but it all comes down to the conditions as well in the track. Makes such a big difference depending on which track you're on, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, what the atmosphere is doing outside. If it's about to rain, that's usually the fastest with the lower air pressure. So, yeah, what he's worried about is the times of the next 2 riders. That's what counts tonight. Can he improve on his 3rd place from last year? At the moment, he's at least scored himself a bronze. Now it's going to depend on what Shota Kawamoto from Japan can do, and then the reigning champion Alexandre Luther from France.
Slight improvement from his qualifying time to guarantee that he will get a medal tonight, Gordon Allen. Shota Kawamoto.
So he was actually 2nd last year as well. So interesting that they've qualified in the same order as last year's finals for the championships. So he'll also be looking to upset the trend and take out the gold this year. So here he is in the start gate.
Second last rider to take to the start line, men's C2 kilometre time trial. Shota Kawamoto from Japan. He knows what he has to do now. He'll go as hard as he possibly can. Needs to get himself
So much core strength.
Slower start from him, 1.4, obviously slower start. Much more difficult to get up to speed. But he's like a locomotive, Kawamoto. Once he gets going, absolutely just keeps accelerating the entire way around. He'll bring this one right back.
That's it. We're coming into the halfway point. So he's starting to build that speed. He's got a big gear on too, so he's got to wind it up, which means it's going to be a slower start, and he's going to build all the way through. So 1.2 seconds down on Gordon Allen at the moment.
Starting to come back. Now it's 0.8. He always has a slower start, but he has a fantastic finish. One more lap to go, down to 0.3 of a second. So the momentum is starting to go towards Kawamoto from Japan. Is it going to be green? Yes, it is. 0.1.
Wow.
He continues to moto around the track, Kawamoto. Is it the new best time? Of course it is. By 0.7 of a second. 110.7. New leader.
Wow, he stormed home. And you are on fire with the dad jokes here. Kawamoto motoring home.
That's a standout. Come on. Who doesn't see that?
He is happy with this done, though. He's saluting to the crowd, as he should. He's got a great time. He's happy with this, which means he's happy with silver at least. So there's still one more rider to go, but it's so good to see our riders happy with their performances.
Are we looking at an upset here? Shota Kawamoto with a fantastic performance. Significantly better than he rode in qualifying. That puts a lot of pressure on the world record holder. Alexandre Luter coming up next, 109.2. So more, 1.5 seconds faster in qualifying. So on form, you think the record holder should be able to take this out. Can he handle the pressure? That's the big question now. One more rider to come.
Yeah, so Alexander Lutz is the 2022 IP World Champion and the Kilo World Champion. So he's won gold this week as well in the individual pursuit. So he is probably full of confidence, I'd say. So maybe the fatigue doesn't count when you know that the form is there. Because the thing is, a lot of the other competitors here are doing the same events, so they're probably just as fatigued as each other. So here he is coming onto the track. So this is the men's C2 kilometre time trial final. So they go through a series of rankings with the UCI. They get classed and put into different categories based on their impairments. So there's a bit of a variation, but it's part of the ranking, and there's 5 different categories. So I think it would be fair if there was a lot more categories, but I think there would just be too many events. So that's why they've put them all into 5 groups, and then this is the C2. So here we have the reigning world record holder, Alexander Lutz from France.
108.3 is that world record. He rode a 109.2, so under a second behind. We'll see if it's in danger here. That was at the World Championships last year in Paris. We've seen a lot of records tumble here at the Worlds in Glasgow. So maybe we'll see another one now. Regardless, it's the gold medal that he first is focusing on. Time to beat, 110.7. Shota Kawamoto. Gordon Allen has guaranteed himself a bronze medal at least, depending on what happens here with Alexandre. The world champ, the world record holder, he's on his way. Men's C2 time trial, 4 laps at the track. He's been in this situation several times before, and he's come up with the goods.
Here he is winding up down the back straight.
Look at that for a start. Almost 0.9 of a second already. You saw how fast Kawamoto finished.
Here he goes, tucks into the aero position, settles in. So he's 1.5 laps in. So he's been here before. He knows exactly what to do.
And also being a good individual pursuit rider, you can assume he's very good the second half of the kilo.
Absolutely.
So with a lead like this at the halfway point, 1.3, can't see him slowing down too much. But what can happen? It's stabilised now. He's gone out to 1.3. Now it's 1.2. 1 lap to go.
Can he beat Can he beat the time of 108.365, his own world record? That's what I'll be looking for, Scott.
He's riding to a gold medal here, half a lap to go, and it's come back a little bit. So it's not going to be a massive margin at the end. He's starting to fade slightly. Holds on for gold, though. 109.9, 0.7 of a second faster. So fantastic ride for him. Did slow a little bit at the end, but also Kawamoto. He just keeps powering all the way around all 4 laps. Gold to France, Alexandre Lutter.
He looks absolutely knackered. There he goes, waving off to the crowd. Cloud of Glasgow.
The shoot champ, kilo champ, picked up the bronze medal in the scratch race as well. Excess baggage for him going home to France.
Absolutely. He was also the world champion in the road race last year and the silver in the time trial. So he's good at both the track and the road. That was a good shot of Shoto Kawamoto, seeing whether he was going to hold on to that gold medal position, but silver for Shoto again for the 2nd year in a row. Alexandre Lutter just too strong.
And the only rider to go above 51 kilometres per hour average speed, of course from a standing start. That's impressive. Men's B sprint finals coming up next. It's the races for 5th and 6th as we see the confirmation. We go further down as well. Darren Hicks there in 8th place from Australia as well. Further down the list. But the medals got sorted here tonight. The top 6 went through and a fantastic battle it was. France on top again. Great Britain have really dominated the para races. So great to see someone else from another nation come up and get a win for France.
Yeah, he's been very, very strong in his C2 category this week, though. But here we have the places for 7 to 8 in the men's B sprint, so the tandem racing. So we have Japan versus Italy. Can you explain what this is, Scott?
I can. So blind or vision impaired rider at the back of the tandem, and the pilot is the name for the rider at the front. And a lot of the nations are bringing in former elite sprint riders to do the steering up front. And this is Kyaaki Miura. And sitting at the back there is Kashui Kimura. For the Italians, as I listen in, final instructions. The stoker is in the 2nd position, Stefano Moroni. And he's being steered or piloted by Francesco Cicci. Straight up race here. First across the line, we'll be finishing 5th overall. Then we'll see the 7th and 8th finals after that. Oh, this is 7th and 8th, sorry. We'll see the 5th and 6th next. 7th and 8th is what we're looking at now.
Mm-hmm. So
3 laps of the track.
4 laps, is it? Or is it?
3 laps.
3 laps, okay.
So really important, short lap. It used to be longer. Now it's only 3 laps. So really important to be in the first position. And that's what the Italians are demonstrating here, that they really wanted to be in that first spot, because it is really difficult to come around from behind if they are evenly matched teams.
Yeah, you can see both teams starting to wind up. We've got the Japanese team taking height. The Italians are building pace in the saddle, down the back straight.
In complete control, the Italians. Japanese team were faster in qualifying, but it's not showing on the track because the Italian guys got themselves to the front and did not need to look back. So Moroni and Cicci, they'll come away with 7th in the men's B sprint standings. 8th place for Japan, Kimura and Miura. Tactically, pretty straightforward. The Italians, they wanted the front position, and from there, dominated.
Yeah, that was a very convincing win from Italy. 3 laps isn't a lot of time to build up pace on these machines. It's a lot of weight.
And that's why that first position is so important. And you will see as we go into some of the other rounds, the way they line up on the start is really interesting. And if it happens, I'll explain it to you. It's easy to understand it if you can actually see it happen. But because the first position is so important, the team that draws position number 1 often comes very high up the track on the start line to really squeeze the team that's drawn position 2 right up against the fence. So it's really intimidating and hard for them to have enough room to try and shoot off the start line to take that first position. Irish boys, Martin Gordon being piloted by Owen Mullen. They're coming out onto the track now for the race from 5th to 6th. And it's Michael Stevens with Joe Christensen from the United States.
Yeah, so what we saw before was them both choosing what number they were going to be on the track. So when Scott was saying before, they line up in different positions. If you pull a number 1, you are on the bottom. If you pull a number 2, you're on the top. So if you're on the bottom, it means you have to take the front. That's your responsibility if the other team doesn't want it. So usually in the sprint events like this, it would be the best of 3. But I think for the 7 to 8 and the 5th to 6th places, it's just the best of 1. So it's just luck of the draw. Whereas if you have the best of 3, you swap places. So you'd get, if you were first position in the first round, you would swap and to make it even for both teams.
Now they are doing exactly what I was hoping they would. The Irish team have lined up right up high. They've drawn position number 1, but they've come right up high, which has pushed the Americans in position number 2 right up against the fence. And what that's doing is squeezing them, hardly giving them any room even for their handlers to get in between the two teams, because the Irish want to stay in that lead position off the start. So just trying to put a little bit of an intimidation tactic from the Irish. We've seen this through several of the teams. Smart thinking to try and stop the Americans from jumping over the top at the start and take that position number 1. And you can see they are trying to do it. A real fight off the start line. Look at this, straight into the first bend. And it is an arm wrestle for position number 1. And it's won by Ireland.
Yep. Both teams wanted that. They started out of the blocks as fast as they could. Ireland are continuing to hold control here, increasing the speed at the bottom. We've got USA building up. They're winding up. This is a fast one, Scott.
It is, and the American team were faster in qualifying, but they have gone super fast from the start. Call this a time trial between the two, over 750 metres. Irish team come to the line. 1 lap to go in the front. They've got a nice handy couple of length lead over the Americans. They are in the slipstream, but the gap is a little bit too big, you would think. Although they're starting to come. Long straights here at the Velodrome in Glasgow. Not long enough for the Americans, though. Ireland come away with the win. They finished 5th overall in the competition, and at 6th place for USA. Great tactics that started before they even lined up.
Absolutely. The mental games as well. But that was if you're new to track cycling, if you get in the slipstream of another team or rider, you get momentum and you can get that suction and that pull. So USA were giving a bit of a gap and so that they could dive back down and try and get into the slipstream of Ireland. So here you can see them coming down the back straight. They're trying to get into that slipstream and pop out on that final straight. It is a long straight here on this track in Glasgow, so there is still time. We've seen some pretty exciting photo finishes this week so far, so it's not over till it's over. But unfortunately, USA did leave that run that little bit too late, and Ireland has stolen the win for that 5th place position.
That was a cracker. Fascinating race, that, right from before they even lined up. Women's C3 500 metre time trial now. Again, qualifying was done earlier today. 5 riders coming through.
That's why when we saw Mel Pemble, she was in the shots at the warming up. I was thinking, oh, she's off the bronze, but she qualified 3rd fastest tonight. So here she is. So our first and fastest rider was Annick van den Arsen from the Netherlands. So she has the world record in this event, so she is the rider to beat. She will be last off in position number 5. First up, we have our Brazilian rider, Amanda Antunes de Paiva. So here she is. She was smiling and waving at the camera before too, so she is very excited to be here. And as we said before, Scott, there's different types of preparation for different types of riders. So some are focused, serious, slapping their legs, doing their mantras, but as you can see for Amanda here, she's very relaxed, happy, and she's ready to start the women's C3 500 metre time trial.
And I should make a clarification. 5 riders on the start line because there were only 5 riders total. So straight out final for these 5 riders. Women's C3 500-metre time trial is underway.
There's a big gear off the start line. You can see her struggling to wind it up, but now she's got it going through the first bend here. So this is a 500-metre time trial. So the men were, we saw before, it had a 4-lap race. This one is only 2 laps of the velodrome. So starting to wind it up now. As you can see, she's also got different bars to what the men had in the kilo. So different riders prefer different things. So this is the standard handlebar. So this event is moving to 1 kilometre as well next year. So we might start to see some more of the aero handlebars with the horns coming out in this event.
First time about to be set. Amanda Antu's de Pavia. 49.671 time to beat. Just a tad over 36 k's an hour.
So we have Canada, Japan, and Ireland, Canada, Japan, and the Netherlands coming up. So a nice mix of nationalities. This is what it's all about. The Super Worlds.
And just drifting right and up the track when she came out of the starting gate there, so just not quite able to get her balance right and correct. It really made it difficult. Cost her a little bit of time, just that first couple of metres going up the track rather than, if not straight, it's okay to go down to the left, downhill, speed up a little bit. Gives you that speed for free if you can drop down the track slightly.
Yeah, so you were saying the rule change. So this is the same for this event. So in the men's team shoot, we saw an issue with the Australians. So it's the same for all timed events. So what was that rule change, Scott?
Well, it used to be that if you had a mishap off the start and you skipped a wheel or, clearly a mechanical mishap, a flat tyre or a broken toe strap or something, but including a slipped wheel, then you were able to have a restart. And what they have adjusted is that it must be a mechanical mishap. So if you come out of the start gate, you get the timing wrong, and you slip your wheel, that will not give you a restart. And in the men's team pursuit, that's what the Australians thought they could still do after a mishap for the first rider. And unfortunately, by the time they realised there was not going to be a gunfight, and they had to then scramble to get going again. Second rider onto the track from Ireland, and apologies in advance if I pronounce this wrong to all the Irish. Raquel Timothy.
Here we go. Nice clean start from Timothy. So the time to beat from Amanda from Brazil. 19.2 in her first lap. So she's heading down the back straight now, starting to wind it out, sitting down back into her saddle. So she's coming in, she'll get the bell, 1 lap to go. So she's 5.5 seconds faster so far with a lap remaining.
A long way in front, this will be the best time. Next time check, 6.4. Going towards the seating here with the next rider going faster indeed. So this is a much bigger improvement, 7.3 seconds faster in the end, 42.3. So fantastic ride from Timothy from Ireland.
So the world record was 39.093 by Aniek van der Arsen. So she's last in this event today, and that was set a year ago at the World Championships. So it'll be interesting to see what form she's on this year.
3 riders remain as we look at Timothy going through her 500 metre. Mel Pemble from Canada will be the next one. Keiko Seguria from Japan, the penultimate rider before we see the world record holder, Van der Narsen.
Oh, sorry.
Mel Pemble up on the track. So she has a background in skiing. So another skier turned cyclist. She was 11th and 9th in the 2018 Winter Olympics in skiing. So then she swapped over to the track. Gold in the Omnium and the Scratch last year at the World Championships. And she actually also has a world record in the 200 metre. So she's a bit of a sprinter, this one, so this event should suit her.
2 more riders to come after this. Medals still up for grabs. Ooh. And Pemble just with the hand off the bar coming out of the start gate, so just slightly overbalanced.
Yeah, so unfortunately now the rule change, she had to keep on going. So she might have been able to get a restart with that one, but she's up and running. She's halfway through. Obviously, we've got a little bit of a slower half lap, as you would expect coming out of the gate like that. So 1 lap to go. Can she bring it home?
Into the green, though. 0.3 down at the half lap. 0.3 up with 1 lap to go. So down the back straight. Next time check. Is it going in the right direction for her? Yes, it is. 0.8 of a second up. So this will be the fastest time with 2 riders to come. She's now guaranteed herself a spot on the podium. What colour medal will it be? 41.4.
So you see the frustration from Timothy there. She knows that it's going to be hard to make the podium now. Mel Pemble with a 41.4. So she will be in the medals. What colour will it be? That's the question. But so good to see her bring it home after that start. It's such a shame you don't get a restart. It will make a big difference. She won't be happy with that. But she still set a really nice time. So we'll see how she finishes after our next 2 riders. Keiko Segura from Japan and Aniek van Aarsen, the world record holder from the Netherlands.
The crowds this week really have been treated so much racing as the first thing, with the paras and the able bodies all together in the one championship. So they've just been coming thick and fast, all of these races, but so many of them have been close and spectacular.
We certainly have. There's been a lot of photo finishes. There's been a lot of comebacks. There's been a lot of riders that you think are down and out, and they've come through at the last minute. So it's super exciting across the board. So we have Keiko Segura from Japan. She's 52 years old, Scott. It's pretty impressive. So she's won the individual pursuit earlier this week in the women's C3 category. She's normally a road runner. She was the road and time trial Olympic champion and 3-time world champion in the road race in 2022, 2017, and 2018. So took to the track last year with silver in the 500 metre.
And those Paralympic gold medals made her the oldest Japanese para-athlete to win at the Para Games. Second last rider onto the track here. 2 laps, absolutely flat out. Great start from Segura. You can see how much more speed that she's been able to generate compared to the previous riders. And 1.8 seconds, almost 2 seconds up after the first half lap. Has to hold on for the second though. Super quick off the blocks. But can she hold this? 2 seconds now it is, or just under with a lap to go. This is going to be the new best time with only 1 rider, the world record holder, to come. Now she gets up over 2 seconds. It will be the best time. She'll be holding the gold medal with only the rider from the Netherlands to come to the track.
Was that a world record?
Just outside. Oh. Just outside. 1/10 of a second outside the world record.
Oh, so close. Wow, yeah, so the world record is 39.093, so it looked pretty close out there. So what a fantastic time from Keiko Segura.
And she's pleased with that effort.
Wow.
What a start. Okay, she had to bring it home the second lap, but the first half lap was sensational.
Certainly was.
So efficient out of the start gate. Now, that puts a lot of pressure on Aniek van Aarsen from the Netherlands. She's the world record holder, but that time was only 1/10 of a second faster than what Segura was able to do then. So this is going to be really special for van Aarsen if she's going to win gold. Mel Pemble. You can see the disappointment. But Pemble has at least a bronze. 1 rider to come. She's sitting in second position now, so she's guaranteed herself a spot on the podium.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm wondering if this world record's going to go. I'm ready, Scott.
What's been so good with the para races is, depending on the different disabilities, you can have a fast starter with a great finish or a slow starter with a slower finish, and you just don't know what's going to come out in the end. 2 laps of the track, how you get there as fast as you can, that's what matters.
She's exhausted. You can see just how much effort she put into that one. Lots of support and carers out here helping all the athletes from their countries. Makes such a difference.
Total commitment. That's what we see every time they get on the track. And Aniek van den Aarsen from the Netherlands. She's going to have to get very close to, if not break, her own world record to win gold here tonight. She knows what time was just posted, has to put that out of her mind and just go through the motions. Maximum effort, best she can do, and then hope that it's for gold.
Yeah, you saw us taking a little moment before she walked onto the track. She'll be going through her mantras, going through her visualization that she's practiced time and time again in training.
The defending champ, big question being asked. The race for gold is on. It's going to be close to, if not a new world record, if she is going to stand on the top step again. She is the defending world champion, and Aniek van den Aarsen is on her way.
Certainly is. She's 1.02 seconds down on Segura from the round before, so she's got to lift her game in this back half of the event.
And it's gone out a little bit, but she's really quick in the second lap. But so much to do. 1.3 seconds. Can she come back? Wow, only a 10th now. So we may be seeing a new champion here in the 500 metres. Could be going the way of Japan. Looking to finish it. It came back a little bit, but it's silver to the defending champion van den Aarsen and a new world champion from Japan, Keiko Segura.
Wow, that's exciting. Look at the emotion. She can't believe it.
Splendid.
Wow. Not a bad effort from Aniek van den Aarsen from the Netherlands. She'll be heading home. Got a year to work on it before the Paralympics. But for now, it's all about Keiko Segura. She's absolutely stoked to take out the C3 500 meter time trial in the women's event.
Gold in the individual pursuit, now gold in the 500-meter time trial. It's been a splendid week for van den Aarsen. She was silver in the IP as well, now silver to the same rider in the 500. So she'll spend the next 12 months training very hard, fully motivated and focused on trying to turn the tables at the Paralympic Games in Paris next year. We've seen several world records in the para racing. Almost another one then.
I know, I was a bit excited. But Seiko put in a big effort.
Yeah.
And you never know. It's all about, like, it all has to come together on the day. A lot of hard work and a lot of training has gone into this. So then you've got to put it together. So you've got to get out of that gate cleanly. You've got to wind up the gear. You've got to choose the right gear based on the conditions. And as you say, there's been a lot of racing so far this week. Maybe the 500 was first last time, which would mean that the riders are fresher, which might suit other riders. But this is the way it is, and everyone's in the same boat this year. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Women's C4, individual pursuit now. Finals, race for the bronze medal. And we see in the home straight from New Zealand, Anna Grace Taylor. And she's racing Samantha Bosco from the United States in the back straight. Anna Grace all set to go, as is Samantha.
And so Bosco is known mostly on the road. A couple of bronze at the 2016 games in the time trial, and actually in individual pursuit.
Bronze medal race between Taylor and Bosco, New Zealand and USA.
Here we go, both riders out cleanly. So this is 3 kilometres So 12 laps of the velodrome, one rider on either side. So they also had their qualifying a few days ago, which is unusual for them. Normally you would qualify and do your final either that evening or the next day. So it's new for all these riders. So they've got to get their head back into IP mindset.
1.7 seconds was the difference in qualifying, with Taylor knowing that she has been faster over this distance this week. But again, has to back it up in the final. We've seen how that can change in the individual pursuits. 12 laps of the track, if you're getting fatigued, I'll tell you what, the final kilometre really does start to hurt.
So Bosco's gone out at a faster pace. You can see on the bottom of the screen there, she's in the green. So then you see 1.19 seconds. New Zealand's just behind, so just over 1 second. But we should expect Bosco to have a good back half. So as I said before, she's got a good strong road background. 2022 time trial and road race world champion. So she's good against the clock and good for long distances. So she's, you can see her in a position now. That's Bosco on the Taylor on the other side from New Zealand.
So getting out towards 2 seconds now. Taylor the faster of these two in qualifying. Bosco with a road racing background has gone out faster. She's going to have to hang on, and of course the coach of New Zealand asking everything she can of Anna Grace Taylor.
Yep, so we're about to come into the halfway point. So 6 laps to go for both of these riders. You can see the gap there now that we've zoomed out. 2.1 seconds. So Taylor's going to have to find something else if she's going to want to bring this home and change that momentum.
Has she had a more controlled start? Is she saving it for the end? That's what we're wondering with Taylor. 1.7. So it's starting to come back a little bit. So the New Zealander looking to bring this one back in the second half. They'll come around into the last kilometre. Another half a lap until we get to that point. Down to 1.5 seconds now. Bosco comes down to her start position in the back straight with 1 kilometre remaining.
So she's starting to bring it back here, Scott. 1.5. Yep.
Squeezing the accelerator. There's not much left in the tank, though. Big week of competition. Back to 1.4. She'll need a little bit more of an acceleration over the next couple of laps.
Unless we see a Filippo Ganna, who brought back almost 2 seconds in 3 laps. So she's going to have to find something. It's
plateaued now. So 2.5 laps to go. Taylor was starting to close it down. Again, another little increase there for the New Zealander. But it's not going to be enough. She needs to pick it up a little bit more. 2 laps to go, 500 metres, 1.4 seconds. She really has to step into it, kick the pedals if she's going to have any chance of beating Samantha Bosco, who really looks like she's in control.
Oh, it was coming back there, but now it keeps toing and froing. I don't think there's enough. We've got 1 lap to go. We hear the bell. 1.5 seconds in it.
And it seems the same. Remains at 1.5. One more time check, but that's only with half a lap to go. What will it indicate? That it's going to be a medal for USA. Bosco comes around to her finish, and it's bronze medal going to the US. 4th place to New Zealand. So a good fast start from Samantha Bosco, and then just maintained it all the way through. Comfortable win in the end for her.
Yep, she'll be happy with that, I think. So last year she was second, so she is the bronze this time, but I think after that type of ride, it means so much to come home with that medal. So she actually is a bachelor degree in communications and a master's in accounting too. So she's got a very all-rounded athlete. So she looks happy with that.
Bronze medal at the World Championships. She should be happy. Nice controlled race from her. The US coach.
She went out, got that gap quite early and just held it. Definitely different types of styles to pursuing.
When I see those gaps open up early, especially from a rider that qualified slower than who she's racing, it makes me think, have they just gone out hard to try and put some pressure on their opponents, and will they decelerate, blow up at the end? But that wasn't the case. Samantha Bosco, really well controlled event for her. Race for the gold medal, no. In C4, women's individual pursuit. Emily Petricola from Australia, I should say, up against the Canadian.
Oh my gosh, I love this. She's so passionate, so dramatic straight after an event. So much going through the mind.
Keely Shaw from Canada up against Petricola from Australia.
Yes, Emily Petricola is the current Olympic champion and world record holder in this event. So 3:38.061.
And I can give you the heads up from qualifying. 7 seconds is the advantage that Petricola had over Shaw. That would give her an enormous amount of confidence that she's on her way to the rainbow jersey. What can Shaw do to try and change that and stop it from happening?
So here we have Emily is out to a slightly faster start. For Shaw starting to wind it up now. She's getting down into the bars. Relatively even at the moment. So 12 laps of the track. Current Olympic champion.
Fast start from both riders, really even. Petricola, just that narrow margin. But if you look back at that qualifying, 7-second difference. How long can Shaw hold on to this kind of speed? Petricola, we know how fast she can go. Or is this going to be one of the biggest upsets we've seen this week?
Yeah, we saw Petricola at her start. She didn't get out of the saddle to go. She stayed in the saddle to wind it up, which means that we'll see a slower start from her. It means she's probably on a slightly bigger gear, which means that once she starts to wind it up, she will be able to bring it home a bit faster. So very close now, though. 0.5 of a second in it. So, yeah, will we see that gap open up to 7 seconds, or has Shaw come up with a different plan?
Now it's starting to change a little bit. 0.9 of a second. Keely Shaw showed some real commitment going out fast. She wants to try and win gold, push Petricola, maybe try and crack her, but that doesn't look like it's going to be the case now. Shaw starting to slow a little bit, and the gap is starting to really open up for Petricola.
Yes, so Emily Petricola is an 8-time world champion on the track. So she's been here before. She knows how to stay cool. She knows how to warm up. She knows how to stay collected during an event like this. So she is no newbie to this type of situation.
Out over 2 seconds now as well. So this is starting to go the favour of Petricola. Such a well-credentialed athlete, Emily Petricola. And it won't be long that she might be able to see her opponent as she comes around the bend. She's coming into the back straight, and Keely is just exiting.
Yep, so it's 3.3 seconds is the gap. They've got a kilometre left of racing to go. So you can see the styles. We've got Emily who's locked into position. She looks very, very dialed. Shane Kelly here is her coach on the sidelines, calling her splits, so telling her if she's on pace, if she needs to give it a little bit more so he can help with her strategy. There's no computers on these bikes that she can see, so she has no assistance there, so you're using your coach on the side. So Shane Kelly is the Olympic champion in the kilo from the 2000 Olympics.
Didn't get to win at the kilo at the Olympics, but he is 4-time world champion.
He's going to kill me after hearing that.
5.5 seconds, though, is the margin now. Petricola has her opponent inside. 1 lap to go, and we can call this one nice and early. Gold and silver, it's going to Australia and Canada, but it's going to be Petricola with half a lap to go. What about a time? That's something that she'll also be having a look at. It's outside her world record. Just a little bit slower than what she did in qualifying. 3:42. Gold medal goes to Australia. Emily Petricola. Silver, that's going to Canada with Keely Shaw.
Yeah, so a nice win for Emily there. You can see Shane Kelly happy with that one.
Absolutely. That's our second gold medal, or Australia's second gold medal here at the World Championships. Petricola claims gold ahead of Shaw.
Absolutely, they've got a stacked program here. The our para-athletes will go from here after the next couple of days of track racing onto the road for the time trial and the road race. So Emily's now lining up in the individual pursuit and the time trial. So a lot of these riders do both. So a massive 2 weeks of racing for these competitors. So here's some close-up shots of Emily. She looks very calm, very organised, very, in control. Hours and hours spent in that position, getting those aerodynamic gains, and it does make a difference.
Got to hand it, though, to Keely Shaw from Canada. First kilometre, neck and neck. She went out hard, really wanted to see if she could try and maintain that pace that she knows that Petricola is able to handle. And eventually, the seal broke, and it all started to flow towards Emily. Big men's elimination final coming up as we see Emily Petricola making her way down the ramp off the track. Convincing win. Really solid performance. 47.2 kilometres per hour was the average speed it took to win the bronze medal, and 48.4 for gold. We'll talk about the time differences, but just over 1.2 kilometres per hour is the actual speed difference between bronze and gold there in the finals.
You can see just how exhausted these athletes are. That's absolutely everything. She can't even get off her bike. She's got all those people out there helping her try and get off that bike, try and get on those rolls and warm down, because it's hard work out there. And I do know a few para-athletes, and they have to put up with a lot more than most able-bodied people. Like, the challenges that they face day in, day out, monitoring temperature, monitoring movements, all of those sorts of things. There's a big variation in the categories, and hats off. It's pretty incredible. Like, let alone winning world titles.
Men's elimination, you can see in the background, the masses of riders coming out onto the track, and the defending champion, Elia Viviani, is amongst them, I think. Actually,
Yes.
Yes, he is. But we can get to hear from our latest world champion. Let's go down and have a chat with Emily.
Emily, congratulations. You looked so still, so disciplined, and in the end, you had your opponent in sight. How did it feel to be in the middle of that battle?
It actually felt better than I expected, to be honest. We've had a long wait between the heat and the final. So 5 days is a long time to sit around watching everyone else race. So I felt really strange actually all day, not really sure what to do with myself. So honestly, I'm just relieved that I got through it and that I get to go home with another rainbow jersey.
I'll tell you what you can do with yourself now. You can go and get a gold medal. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that's her third gold medal in this event at the World Championships. So it's her 9th gold medal in total, alongside the time trial and the Omnium scratch race. Yeah, the Omnium scratch race and individual pursuit on the track, and then on the road she won the time trial in 2019. So silver last year in the time trial, and so she'll head on over and try and find that gold medal. Also her opponent will also be there from Canada, Keely Shaw.
And we have another gold medalist we can hear from as well.
Keiko, you're always so full of emotion. How happy are you to win that race?
いつも気持ちでいっぱいのようですけど、今回このレース勝ってどれだけ嬉しいですか？
一生分の幸運を今日使い切りました。
I think I've used all the luck of a full lifetime today.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much. 徳を積みます。明日から徳を積みます。
I will have good deeds starting from tomorrow.
Oh, that's so nice.
Fantastic.
Look at that. That's just what it means to win a world title. So special. It is her second one this week.
Paralympic gold medals as well, 2 of those on her home track in Usu, Japan, 2021. And this is the field lining up in the men's elimination race, and right at the very top of the track, actually, well, there's your transponder. So for the elimination, this is fantastic innovation that they brought in for this race. When the race gets underway, everyone's lights will flash green. Now, the last rider across the line every second lap is eliminated from the race. If that's you, the officials on the inside flick your number and your light flashes red. And that's the way for you to indicate that you have been eliminated. This is Elia Viviani. They've only had this race twice at the World Championships the last 2 years. And he has won it on both occasions. I did pause because there was a big cheer for the rider from Great Britain, Ethan Vernon, as the venue announcer called his name out. There he is. So Viviani won the last 2 years, has dominated this event. Can he go for a three-peat? That's the big question. Dylan Bibick, the 20-year-old from Canada, scratch race world champion from last year. He was right up in the standings of the Omnium up until this is yesterday. Tim Teutenberg from Germany, under 23 European elimination champion, and he's been very consistent and competitive in a lot of the eliminations that he has ridden over the last season or so. Stage here for the Lidl Trek professional team after the World Championships for the remainder of this season, Teutenberg.
So, Scott, how does his elimination work?
So a couple of laps just to get themselves up and going after they eventually fire the gun, and then every second lap, the last rider across the line is eliminated, right down to the last 2. Sprint for the finish. Fantastic race. It's the one race in cycling where you're not focusing on the front of the bunch, you're focusing on the back. Very exciting. It's a tough one though. It takes a lot of skill, a lot of speed, and a lot of strength. It requires everything, this.
So now it's very tense at the start, waiting for the commissaires to blow that gun, and then everyone will be sprinting off that line to try and get the best position possible. So you don't want to get caught at the back. You don't want to get caught under the wheels, because then you can't get out of there. You can't move up on the blue. You have to stay on the track. And yeah, there's a lot of close calls, so very exciting. I call it the party race. Last one and you're out.
Donovan Grondin from France.
Last year's scratch race champ. Hansen. Rugovac from the Czech Republic. So you can see the commissaire started to walk towards the back. That means the rider's going to have to start getting ready. As soon as he goes all the way to the back, you know you're getting close.
And it's a really hectic start, this, because they're all fighting to get towards the front before that first elimination. And it does look like they're not too sure about who's lined up in the right place or not, making sure that everybody's ready. Focusing on Dennis Rudovac. So you watch how hectic it is as they get underway. This is neutral, but they are all fighting to get into a really good position, so they don't want to have to get eliminated in the very first couple of laps. And we'll wait for the starter's pistol, and you can see already, look at them just scrambling to try and get to the front, even though they are under neutral. And a crash already. Talk about scrambling. 2 riders have gone down.
That was Buckley from the Netherlands and Trinidad Tobago.
Akil Campbell.
So Buckley's the current Olympic champion in the Keirin. So this was actually going to be his very first race at a World Championships in an endurance event. So not an ideal start for him, but you can see just how competitive it is to get into those positions at the very start. There was a spare bike needed for Mateus.
Well, you can see the scramble with the mechanics, because when there is a crash in the elimination, they do neutralise the race to allow them 5 laps to get back in. If they don't get back in within the 5, that's it. They will not be allowed into the race. However, in this occasion, the race hadn't started. So they might stop them completely, and it looks as if they are going to, because they didn't have the starter's gun. It was still
It says neutralised, but it's actually gone. The gun went, which means it stopped. So that's I think a good decision. When is this?
Yep. Well, they haven't started. They were still in the first lap before they'd even officially started the race. So they will get to line up again.
Yeah.
Won't have time to change your skin suit though. That's the only thing.
No, so you've got to get at the second bike. You've got to put the box on it so that it can flash when you're out. So
that looked just as dangerous as being on the track, running around the infield. It's so tight in here with a bike over the head.
So he's Mateusz Bukli looking a lot slimmer than his last World Championship competition. He was a track sprinter, so Olympic champion in the team sprint and the Keirin. And now he's decided to change disciplines and have a crack at endurance racing. So he's been on a different training routine, so losing a lot of muscle, a lot of size, and building that endurance. So here we go. Here's a replay of the crash. You can see Bukli squeezing up, touches handlebars with the rider from Switzerland, Claudio Imhoff. Here we go. Here's a better angle of it. So Claudio is getting squeezed as well from above. Often it's just a bad timing. Like, I wouldn't say that's anybody's fault. Everyone's squeezing.
Oh, if I was going to blame anyone, it's a friend of mine, so I'm going to say it. But Tim Teutenberg from Germany, he moved down the track a little bit, which then pushed Imhoff into Bukli, and then Bukli clipped to the wheel at the front. And unfortunately for Campbell, he's just gone over the top of Bukli. There was nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So, a bit of a delay. This is the biggest delay that we've actually had at the track this week, because the races just keep coming. And get to line up again.
So now we have to go through that whole routine again. Everybody lining up, getting into the same positions, lining up at the top of the track, lining up at the bottom. So if you're on the bottom of the track, you have your coach or somebody from your team holding you up. And if you're on the fence, then you are just holding onto the fence. And your soigneur can be with you until just before the start, with the drink bottles, the sweat towels. But then as soon as the commissaires tell them to get off the track, it's the riders listening for that start gun.
Jules Hesters from Belgium, ready to go down the bottom of the track. Viviani still hasn't made his way up, not too far away. There's Ethan Vernon from Great Britain.
Third in the event last year.
Joel Martins from Portugal. He'll be bolstered after seeing his teammate win the Omnium gold medal last night. That was the first gold medal for Portugal on the track at the World Championships. Always a track inspection when there is a crash. You see how many times all the skid marks, how many crashes they have been on these velodromes. Martin Bridgewood on the right-hand side there in the light blue polo shirt. He is the technical director here at the championships. Qualified commissaire himself.
Professional polisher.
Yes. The old duct tape also does wonders when there's a big gash in the track. Viviani. 100% win record from the two editions of the elimination at the World Championships. It has been a demonstration race many, many years ago, but never as a fully fledged World Championship until 2 years ago. Okay. All set to go again.
You hear the whistle, they're off.
And the dash continues. Fight to get to the front.
Winding those gears up.
Nobody wants to be caught down underneath, too far towards the back. And we'll explain that as we go further into it. Now, underway.
Every time that gun goes off, I jump. It's so loud.
Josh Duffy right at the very front, but it's the back that will start to really focus.
George Jackson from New Zealand moving around the outside.
First elimination, bell sounds. Focus towards the back of the bunch.
So Poland's looking like he's in trouble at the moment.
Kaspar Majelski right high on the track. Look at the back wheel of the last rider. And he will... Not sure.
Portugal.
Could have been Portugal. Martins, it is.
Oh.
He's not happy.
No, it's a long straight here at this track in Glasgow, so people get caught out very easily. Bit of a shame because last night his teammate came first in the Omnium, so he would have been hoping to pull something off tonight.
And down on the inside, we look at the top of the track here, but down the bottom there, also in danger. A man that went down before, Campbell, but he might survive.
That was Denmark. It was Hansen. He didn't look like he even tried in that one.
Tobias Hansen. I think he didn't even realise.
No, I think he didn't. I think, look, now he's trying to move up. I reckon he got the laps wrong.
Okay, Hansen has stayed in. He did not come out. So there will be a neutralisation again here if he doesn't come out next time. So they have to make sure that that rider comes out every time they are told to. Otherwise, it just adds too much confusion.
Exactly.
And if he doesn't come out now, yeah, I can just see the body expression. He was well and truly out. He just doesn't understand why. He'll realise it later on. He'll be a little bit embarrassed, actually, because it was quite clear that he was the rider. Yeah. The bell did sound the lap before that.
Okay, so now they're doing another sprint lap. So now that was supposed to be it, but because of the confusion, they're doing it the next lap.
That's right. They'll neutralise it until they get that guy out, then back in. There'll be a hefty penalty if he was to stay in any longer. Campbell in a bit of trouble. He's already touched down before the race even started, and he's now going to go.
That's the thing. There's so much happening and you're focusing on so many things, the wheels, movement, where you are, who's around you, trying to keep the bike up. So when that bell went, he obviously didn't register in Denmark. Big shame for the young one because he's very talented.
Elimination next lap, and in a bit of danger from Hong Kong in the red colours.
Looks like Hong Kong versus Algeria. Yassine Chalel, I think. He's down the bottom in the green and white, so we'll see how the peloton moves as it goes around for the final sprint across the line.
Polish rider out, Majeski. So his head unit would be flashing red now, so he has an indication, which, of course, we saw the Danish rider would have been flashing as well, but he chose to ignore it.
Okay, Hong Kong in trouble now.
Chun Wing Lung. Bit of distance off the back, and he knows it. Just doesn't have the legs today. You look at the speed of this peloton. All the riders trying to fight, constantly going around the outside to get to the front, and that's when it's possible that you get boxed in and then pushed back down through underneath. Constant fight. Josh Duffy from Australia in a bit of trouble, right at the very back.
Versus Yassine Chalel of Algeria. We've got the Czech Republic down the bottom. He's in strife now too. He's going to have to move out and get up. Otherwise, he's chosen to go the inside option. All too late. You can see just how that can make a difference because of that long straight.
So Denis Rugovac from Czechia, next one to go. That was clear. So far, except for Hansen, it's been pretty clear.
I know, that sucks. When you've done that big warm-up, you're ready for it, motivated, and to make a mistake like that.
Yassine Chalel now. Seen him at the back already, in a bit of trouble. He's got to get right up around the outside. You do get a rush from the extra elevation, but not enough for him. That was fairly clear.
Not enough.
Now, the riders at this stage that we don't call out are doing a great job of hiding in the peloton up towards the front. Focusing on the back. Duffy again. Needs to be careful.
Spain's Maria Anguela Yaguez is on the back here, on the back of Josh Duffy from Australia. So,
and there will be a push down the finishing straight. And look over his shoulder from Anguela. He wasn't sure he was at the back until it was far too late to do anything about it.
Yep, he just looked down at his bars, saw the flashing.
You've got to pay a lot of attention. It takes a very smart rider to be consistent in an elimination race. That's why Viviani's won it the last 2 years.
Austria on the back is going to have to move up, as is Australia. We've got Edwin Sutherland from Barbados in the danger zone.
Rafael Kokas trying to come around the outside of Duffy, and almost a coming together of those two.
And it's Duffy, I reckon. Oh, was it?
Could have been down
Kazakhstan.
further. But the cameraman thinks it's Duffy. No.
25, Ramis Dinmukamatov.
Kazakhstan.
Wow, that was a close one.
Close there for Josh Duffy, and he remains at the back. So the more he does this, every time he has to sprint up around the outside, it's going to be a real challenge for him. Bibic from Canada, he's had to back out Big effort from him. Maximum to come up around the top. Donovan Grandin in front. Duffy it is this time.
That's it.
You can only do that a couple of times at this level. It's so hard to keep sprinting over the top.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the different styles. Some people do choose to stay at the back and keep pipping riders off. Other people choose to go towards the front. So obviously if you're on the front, you're riding to a lot of wind, so it can be pretty fatiguing as well. So it depends if you're a bit more of a time trial kind of rider or if you're a sprint recovery type of rider.
Edwin Sutherland from Barbados in a bit of trouble. Right down the bottom there. So there's nowhere to accelerate. Even if he has fantastic legs, there's just nowhere to squeeze through. And the riders above, they also understand that. They see a rider stuck down the bottom. They know they don't have to sprint too hard. Just keep him pushed down.
That's it. By the time Sutherland looked over his shoulder, he realised it was too late. There was nothing he could do. So we have USA on the back, on the wheel of Buckley. So they've noticed the danger and they're moving up around the outside. Austria now in the danger zone.
Kokas from Austria.
Wow, big squeeze.
And right down the very bottom there from Japan, the danger man now is Aya Hashimoto.
Oh no, that's a big upset.
That is. Hashimoto, he won the elimination at the Nations Cup in Jakarta early this year. He'll be really disappointed with that. He knows he has better legs than that.
Yeah, he's super fast at this event. That's a big upset.
Again, Rafael Kokas from... Oh, it's Bibic from Canada. The new colours, the red and white colours. Normally a bit of blue in there, up around the outside, past Donovan Grandin. And right down the very bottom, in a bit of danger.
Israel. Rodham, Tenning. Yeah, and that's it. You can be in a safe position and all of a sudden things change and you're in the danger zone, nothing you can do. So
constantly have to improve your position. You cannot just hover anywhere. You have to keep moving forward around the outside. As we see, Jules Hester's in the danger zone now from Belgium.
A bit of a squeeze on the bottom of the track from the USA. He's moving on.
Gavin Hoover could be into trouble. Teutenberg down there as well. And it is Tim Teutenberg. I might have a chat to him about that. He'll be staying at his place next week after the championships.
Yeah, hopefully he's cooled off by then.
Yeah.
George Jackson at the back.
Jacko. A little bit of work to do here for George.
Youngster from New Zealand.
And you look at the guys in front. Donovan Grandin in a bit of trouble from France. So this is unusual.
Yeah.
Ooh, we might have survived there.
Austria.
Kokas, perhaps, from Austria. Yes, Kokas it was.
Jonathan has survived about 3 or 4 sneaky ones there.
Well, Grandin would be one of the sort of warm favourites for this, so it was unusual to see him almost in danger. Haven't seen Viviani. He's been up towards the front for most of this. George Jackson it is. Up around the outside. Grandin now might be in a bit of trouble, the Frenchman.
I think so. I think this might be it.
Nowhere to move there for the Frenchman. And Donovan Grandin gone.
Buckley was close to it, and if he doesn't realise it, he's going to have to do something, I reckon. So we have Vernon as well, so he's...
Buckley has gone down once more. Vernon has gone with him. So they will neutralise the race, give these riders 5 laps to get back in. If they can't do that, then they'll be both given the same points, or the same standing, I should say, equal standing. So you can see a real rush. Vernon is back up on the bike really quickly. 2 crashes in the 1 elimination. That's really unfortunate. You hear the crowd cheering, and that's because Ethan Vernon is already, after 1 lap, back on the track. So really good and fast recovery from him.
Here we go. Let's see the replay.
Focus on Buckley in the orange. Oh, he and Hester's coming together. Then a clip of the wheel. He just clipped Bibic's wheel.
Yeah, so Hester's clipped with him. It bounced him down. Then he's overlapped with Bibic's wheel, and he's tried to come back up, and he's just clipped the front of his wheel.
Into the back of Hester's and Vernon. The friendly fire.
I think that was George Jackson who was lucky to miss that.
Don't worry about complaining, Jules. I think there are 2 guys worse off.
And it was USA who went around the action.
Yeah, look at that. Just a flick up the track. Ouch for Vernon. He would have seen that coming moments before it happened. Both riders back on the track. So that is great to see. Here we go. Buckley just about to get back in. And the race gets back underway.
That's it. When the race is close together and the wheels are tight and everyone's fatigued, it's a lot going on.
Whew, here we go.
I'm sorry about the excitement from my side.
It's all happening. I'll get the bell this time around. At the back is Ethan Vernon, just dusting himself off. Is the adrenaline flowing? No. He'll be hurting. And you can hear the crowd yelling. They want Vernon to try and stay in for another lap. Let's see if it happens. Gavin Hoover from the USA trying to come around the outside.
I reckon Buckley's managed to squeeze his way out.
Hoover is in danger. Hoover has been sucked up and eliminated.
All right, down to 7 riders now.
Jackson, Viviani, Bibic, Imhoff, Hesters, and Buckley in a bit of trouble again.
Yep.
2 crashes he's already had, and you can see him just stalling down the back straight. He's going to rush because the Swiss rider is in a bit of trouble. Look at that for a tight pack.
Ooh, was that Hesters or was it Imhoff?
I think it was Imhoff. Claudio Imhoff.
Oh, he's come back from a major injury this year, so it's good to see him back on the bike. He was supposed to do the world record on the time trial world record, so he's rescheduled that one.
Trying to squeeze 7 riders into the space of about 4 then.
That's it. Hester's in trouble. George Jackson as well from New Zealand.
The Belgian. Jackson down the inside. If Hesters can come around, he might stay in here. Nope.
Oh, it might have been Buckley there. That was no, it was Hesters. Oh.
Yeah, Jules Hesters.
Wow, so close. It's literally millimetres in it, I reckon. The commissaires have got lots of work to do by tuning in.
Oh, yeah, very close.
Yeah.
Next elimination lap comes. Viviani's on the front. Then it's Bibic. Jackson underneath trying to squeeze through. So he's in danger now. Vernon on the outside. Buckley can also see the Kiwi has nowhere to go. Rush around the outside, and George Jackson is in a lot of hurt here.
There you go.
New Zealand are gone.
Wow. Mateus Buckley was a sprint, the Kieran champion and team sprinter. He's made it to the final 4 of the elimination. This is pretty impressive.
With 2 crashes. This is amazing from the Dutchman. Then there were 4. Next elimination lap. Viviani starts to move now. Vernon goes next. And the sprinter legs of Buckley. What has he got left? Viviani's going to be in danger if Buckley gets up around the outside. And it's not going to be happening. Commendable performance though. 2 crashes, ex-sprinter, skin hanging off everywhere. That was courageous.
Brilliant ride, absolutely. Here we have Bibic's opened up a bit of a gap. Vernon's laying off.
Here's the medals, next elimination lap. Gold, silver and bronze about to be decided. Viviani, the defending champion. He's won the first 2 editions of this. And can he come around, put himself in contention to win another one? Vernon is going to keep himself in the race. Bibic might hold Viviani off. And Viviani is not going to win 3 in a row. Bronze goes to Italy.
That was a surprise. I thought he looked really good.
The crowd here in the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome are up and about now because they might be seeing another gold medal to Great Britain. The 20-year-old. He had his birthday this week, Dylan Bibic, from Canada. Can he hold off Ethan Vernon? Final lap of the men's elimination. And the strength of Ethan Vernon over the top, down the back straight. He can park it up now, put it into park, probably even reverse if he wants to. Gold medal in the men's elimination, Ethan Vernon.
Wow. Even time to celebrate with no hands. We'll look at the skin missing from his skin suit. He came down and he got back up and he took out a very convincing win. Bibic, you can see his head drop. I think that move with 3 to go when Vernon went around the front, he showed he wanted it. He was hungry. And here he is, gold medal for Great Britain.
The crowd are on their feet. Ethan Vernon covered in dust from the track, skin suit ripped open, bleeding. They were like gladiators out there, and Vernon across the line, he did make the statement, are you not entertained?
He was 3rd last year, so he's done it 2 better, coming home with the gold medal.
That was sensational. What a ride, what a performance, what a show.
Oh, it had it all. It had it all. Look at that. Zoom in on the scraped. Here we go. We've got replay here. This is when Vernon lights it up, winds it up, and Bibic, it just isn't in it. He just can't do it. Head drops.
Well, with all of our replays, we normally wind back to 1 lap to go. But in this case, about 20 metres after the bell, the race was gone. Vernon popped up over the top, and Dylan Bibic had put everything in it just to get to this point. He did not have that one more kick within the system. And look at this, right there, realisation. There's another goal to Great Britain.
Silver for Bibic's pretty good, though. After last night, he put in a huge performance in the Omnium.
Yep, won the scratch race last year at the age of 19. It was quite a surprise. And then on the day of the scratch race this week, he turned 20. It would have been an incredible birthday present had he been able to back it up. But that wasn't the case.
I think we've seen a bit of a star of the future.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome for Canada.
Yep. Well, there's no easy way to get into the medals of an elimination. So if you're riding for the medals, you have a huge engine inside that body. Vernon, Bibic and Viviani, gold, silver, bronze. So finally, after the 2 victories from Viviani, a new winner of the elimination at the World Championships. Well, let's go hear from our new world champion, Ethan Vernon.
Ethan, a bronze medal last year, but you managed to stay upright. This time you're all torn up, blood everywhere, but gold medal too, so that's pretty good.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it. When I crashed, I thought, I didn't really know the rules of how long I had left, so I just got on and sprinted back on, but yeah, I didn't want to lose it. I had good legs, so couldn't end there.
And pretty special to win here in front of this crowd in the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome.
Yeah, well, this week's been a bit depressing a bit for us, so the TP didn't go so well, and we put everything into that, so that was obviously a big setback. So to win in a bunch race that wasn't necessarily the main target, it's quite special.
Listen, you've had a good championship, so you better go and get that treated too. Well done, Ethan. Fabulous ride.
Fabulous, marvellous, splendid. So many ways to describe that elimination and that performance from Ethan Vernon. No fault of his own, he ended up on the deck and then fought back to win gold. Imagine the adrenaline that was just flooding through the system, perhaps as much as the lactic acid that was matching it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw calm, cool, collected Ethan at the start, and then by the finish it was aggressive, angry. I'm going for it. But it all worked. So here we have next event, the men's B sprint. So we saw the ride-off of 5th and 6th, and 7th and 8th earlier tonight. But here we have the finals. So first up is the ride for bronze. Australia versus France.
Yeah, and Bo Wooten, piloted by, new pilot for him for this pairing, Byron Davies. He's the Australian kilometre time trial champion, but they've combined pretty well. A lot of development still to come from this duo, and they're up against Raphael Beaujolais and Quinton Calarion. Quinton himself coming across from originally BMX. So this could be a really good matchup between these two. Best of 3 now. We saw the tandems before where it was a one shot. That was for the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places. This is now for the bronze medal. So it is a best of 3 competition. You get it wrong in the first ride, you have a chance to come back. Position number 1, which the Australians have just got, is so vital. 2 up races and they still make the second team draw for position. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
It's funny. Routine.
Yeah, exactly. Stick to your routines. Not sure where the hair begins and the scruff ends.
I'll tell you what, I don't really feel like wearing something that hot in here. It's hot, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it is. It's been very toasty all week. Perfect conditions for racing. Slightly uncomfortable when you get the adrenaline pumping and the heart going in the spectators' positions. Big man Byron Davies from Queensland. Bo Wooten from South Australia. One of the greats of Australian paracycling. Kieran Modra was the man that convinced Bo to get into the sport. And sadly, Kieran passed away a couple of years ago in a cycling accident on the road. So he'll be doing it for his mentor, Bo Wooten with Byron Davies, with Raphael Beaujolais and Quinton Calorion. France versus Australia. Australia with the first little victory by drawing position number 1. That will be reversed in the second race.
Yes, so if you've just tuned in, we have 3 laps, and first over the line wins the first round, so best of 3. So Australia have control at the moment at the front, starting to wind it up. The French dropping down the track.
And the French are starting to make a move. They've gone really early. Maybe caught the Australians napping. They have to fight back hard on the inside. The short run, 1 lap to go. If they keep going, they might be able to get themselves back through here, the Australians, and that's what they've been able to achieve. The French went early into the sprint, but the Aussies, after recovering, have been able to fight back through to go 1 up in the best of 3.
Yeah, that was a strong win by the Australians. They had the inside line, so they had the advantage. It's a lot shorter distance on the inside. I think also the French, they decided to have a crack and try and take the front, but I think that they needed a fraction more commitment. It looked like they were thinking about it and they didn't quite punch it with enough energy. But yeah, as I said before, the Australians in the inside line, shorter distance, they've taken that one out, but I'm sure we're going to see something more from the French in the next round.
Well, the Aussies would have been really nervous because the French almost got over the top of them, and you know what it's like. We understand how it feels when they've got the momentum, they're coming past, and all you're trying to do is get up to maximum speed to fight back underneath. So the first moment they would have been really nervous, but then they got themselves up to full speed, controlled the bottom of the track, and that got them through. French will line up in position number 1 for the next race, so they'll have the advantage off the start.
Exactly. It's not over till it's over. Best of 3.
Race for the gold now. Neil Farke up against Matthew Rotherham. And he's an animated man. If they can go through to win the gold here, you'll see Matt really up and about. And the German team is Thomas Ulbricht with the man with the biggest thighs on the velodrome, Robert Forsterman. There he is. He's the stoker of the the steerer of the German team.
Yeah. So
Quadzilla, as he's known.
there he is. Look at him.
Former world champion in the team sprint for Germany.
Yep.
And then when...
Four-time world champ. Bronze in the team sprint in London.
And as his career started to come to a close, they convinced him to get straight onto the tandem. And what that meant was his social media posts of lifting massive weights in the gym and exposing the thunder thighs that he has continued.
That's it. Same with our British team. We've got 5-time British champ Matthew Rotherham. So he paired up with Neil Farke back in 2018. And guess how many world titles Neil Farke has?
Is it more than 14?
Yep.
Is it more than 15?
Yes. 16 world titles. Absolutely amazing.
Can he go to number 17? That's the big question. They are the fastest qualifiers. They knocked the Australians out in the semi-finals. So they race really smart, and they've got the speed. That's why they've won so many titles. It hasn't always been with Matt. That's been in more recent times. So the Germans know that they are the underdogs coming into this. They have to do something special. They've drawn position number 2. But I'm sure they want to be in the first spot. Can they force their way there? Race for gold here.
The German pair are quite new. Bronze in the kilo last year. Bronze this year in the kilo.
And really close to the back wheel. Look at that, straight up around the outside. So Great Britain okay. They weren't desperately trying to hold the Germans off.
Did you see that power though? Once they committed with full effort, and they took that front. The Brits, they're starting to wind it up. They've left a bit of a gap. They're taking some height here. 2 laps to go.
And they'll get the bell as they come down. So look at the height that the British team have taken now with momentum. They are not going to stop. Sound of the bell. This is the first in the best of 3 race for the gold medal here in the men's B sprint. And look at the Brits absolutely motoring it around the outside. Germany though fighting them off on the inside. Oh yes. Shake of the fist. 1 up in the best of 3. Great Britain with 1 hand on the gold medal.
Look at that. I thought that they'd given quite a bit of space to the Germans, but they came down with a lot of height and a lot of speed, ran it at the German tandem. got in the slipstream and came out on that final straight. Geez, they were happy with that one.
Well, interestingly, when the hand went up and the fist pump happened, it wasn't to the crowd with the right hand. It was on the inside, the left hand, shaking the fist in the faces of the German pairing. Quite a statement.
Oh, what a shot. Germany versus Great Britain.
Look at that.
Enough time to salute.
Yeah. Through the competition, if you haven't seen the early rounds, Robert Forsterman, a couple of times when he's passed teams, has just stared back at them, really making a big statement. So I think that was one back at him from Matt Rotherham.
Yeah, pump of the chest from Neil Fackie. They were gold medalists in London and Tokyo at Paralympic Games.
They'll have a chance to come back, though, and try and force a decider. So from the tandem sprint to the individual sprint now, and this first race is for the bronze medal. Men's sprint. Jack Carlin from Great Britain against Mateusz Riddick from Poland. Very experienced rider, Riddick, but Jack Carlin, home crowd, up and about. He knows this velodrome so well, virtually grew up on these boards. The crowd will be behind him. We knew it was coming. The cheer for Carlin, racing for bronze. Olympic medalist. He came up against Harry Levreisen in the semi-finals, and that's what saw him come into the bronze medal race. Wasn't able to get the better of the superstar of world sprinting.
He gave it a good crack, though. That second heat was unbelievable. He waited for Levreisen to give a bit too much distance, and he snuck underneath with a pretty fast move. So he's pulled position number 1 for this first heat. So you can see the cat and mouse beginning to happen. We've got Riddick on the back, keeping calm, stealth, like a predator. And we've got Jack Carlin on the front, keeping an eye on him. So this is we've got 3 laps. 3 laps, and you've got the commissaire walking alongside, making sure that the pace is fast enough. If it gets too slow, he will get the riders to speed it up.
Carlin drew position number 1, therefore obligated to stay in that position for the first half lap unless Riddick wants to take over. Polish rider didn't want to. Jack now super slow, hoping that Riddick will come through. And that's why the commissaire was walking at least walking pace or above is the speed they must maintain for that first half lap. Now, that's out of the way. 2 laps to go. Speed starting to pick up a little bit. Little bit of diving, ducking, weaving for both of these riders. Really crafty from both of them. Riddick high on the track, though. Carlin trying to force this into a short sprint. Really forcing Riddick to ride up high. Now Jack Carlin, as he hears the bell, about to happen, and forcing him even higher. About to dive down as they come to the final lap now. And still super high on the track. Finally down to the bottom of the track, and it's Carlin leads down the back straight. Riddick in the slipstream, closing in on the back wheel of the British man. Up over the top, it's a long finish here, but not long enough for Riddick.
Awesome.
Carlin, 1 up in the best of 3. The finish line on this particular track has been pushed right down to the start of the bend, so it does give a lot of opportunity from the rider coming from behind to fight over the top. But for Riddick, not possible that time. Fantastic race. Tactically brilliant, Jack Carlin.
Yeah, that was a great race. Great race from both of them. Riddick did what he could to try and get to the front and tried to wind it up, but Jack Carlin had it completely under control. Took him up to the fence, kept him as long as he wanted. It got very close to the top of the track.
Ooh.
As you saw that little move there. But then once they dropped down, it was all about Jack Carlin building all the way to the finish line. Riddick gave it his everything. Almost got there, but not quite enough. That's the thing. When you have control and you're at the front, you can hold your competitor all the way at the top. You can decide when to come down or when it suits you. So if you wanted to make it a shorter sprint, leave it at the top of the track as long as you can. But here we go. Men's elite sprint finals. Lebrayson versus Nicholas Paul of Trinidad and Tobago.
First held in 1895 in Cologne, Germany. It's been around for such a long time, so prestigious, the sprint competition. And Harry Lebrayson has won 4 straight coming into this championships. He matches Gregory Bourget from France, who has also won 4 in the modern era. Koichi Nakano, when it was split between the amateurs and the professionals, won 10 straight World Sprint Championships. Modern era, this is the man, Harry Lebrayson. But he's up against the fastest man ever, 9.10 seconds, world record holder Nicholas Paul. What a matchup. World record holder versus world champ.
And Olympic champ. Lebrayson is the reigning 2-time Olympic champ in the team sprint and the sprint, bronze in the Keirin. 12 times world champion as well, so he is no stranger to a final ride-off. But yes, 2 quite slightly different athletes, small and quite technical, versus Lebrayson versus his strength. So Lebrayson on the back, pulled number 2, as we see Nicholas Paul start to wind it up the track here. So it looks like he's trying to get Lebrayson to go to the front. He's pulled it up and now he's slowing down, but keeping an eye on Lebrayson.
Super slow-mo down the back straight. And now they're at the back of the straight. They're not going to stop.
One last effort to try and get him to go to the front. But nah, once you hit that bend, the slope is too steep and you're going to slide off, so that's why they have to bring it back down and wind it up.
This is the first race in the best of 3 competition for the gold medal here in Glasgow, the first Super Worlds. And the fastest men on the planet coming around to get the bell, and it's Nicholas Paul that's going to lead the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Harry Lebrayson in second position from the Netherlands. A little bit of a gap to overcome. You've got the world record holder in front of him, and now he rushes up to the back wheel of Nicholas Paul. Over the top goes Harry Lebrayson through with a 1-up win. So wins the first in the best of 3.
That was a great one. Great effort right down to the end. I feel like Nicholas Paul gave it his all from the front, did a great job.
Timed it perfectly though, didn't he,
Yeah.
Harry?
Yeah, he did, didn't he? It looked at a little split moment where it was down the back straight when you think, was there a fraction too much cap? Because you just don't know when they haven't raced them for a while, and not sure what we're going to see from Nicholas Paul. We've seen both of them dominate all of their rounds so far this sprint competition.
If you didn't have the speed and the power of Harry Lebrayson, you would not have been able to close down that gap from the world record holder. He was a couple of tenths of a second faster than everyone else in qualifying. That's the outright speed advantage this week that Lebrayson has.
Yeah.
Almost a bike length at the line. Well, perfectly timed by the big man from the Netherlands.
That's awesome. One more. Well, there could be 1, could be 2.
Now, that's the question, isn't it? Nicholas Paul has to win the next one to take it to a decider. Let's see what tactics he can come out with. Lapatier, the UCI president, or the president of the International Cycling Union.
Yeah, so what would Lebrayson be doing now, Scott?
Immediately back onto the home trainer, roll the legs out, maybe the ice vest as well. Try and cool down as quickly as possible, but just keep the legs going. Just roll them, tap them over on the home trainer.
Maybe sneak in some food, depending on how long he's got till the next round.
Order a pizza.
Oh, each to their own.
Maybe, maybe not. Men's C1 scratch race coming up. Ten riders coming out onto the track, and the scratch races for the para this week have been fantastic, really aggressive.
That's Sam Ruddock. He had 1 gold in the kilo this week.
And we'll have a bit of a wait until the sprint competition does continue. It's due to be around 2013, so about 13 minutes past 8 UK time. So they will be scrambling inside the track here to try and recover as quickly as they can to get themselves ready for that next big matchup. C1 men just coming around to sort themselves out onto the start line. Ricardo 10 Argelis, saw from in the Spanish colours. One of the best reactions from a winner this week, Sam Ruddock from Great Britain, jumping up and down, unbelievable. Came from athletics background, 100 metres and also shot put. And a gold medalist this week with captured perhaps one of the images of the games.
I love that because he also won last year. Oh no, he won this event last year. So he's no stranger to being a world champ, but when you still, it just means that much. I love it. It's so nice. So the C1 scratch race. So this C1 is the greatest impairment of the categories. So there's 5 categories. This is C1. So as we said before, the UCI categorizes athletes depending on the level of impairment and puts them into 5 different categories. So this is the C1 for the men.
Ricardo 10 Argelis, Aaron Keith from the USA, Piera Senska from Germany. Malaysia also has Mohamed Shahradan. Carlos Gomez from Brazil. Rodrigo Gomez. We just saw Sam Ruddock coming through there. From China, Weikong Liang. Argentina with Andreas Zirkel.
So this is a 15-kilometre scratch race. So 10 riders all in together. If you take a lap on the rest of the field, you're 1 lap up. And then it's a sprint for the finish. So first across the line wins unless you're a lap up. And then you get whoever goes the first across the line out of those people who've taken a lap up. So it's probably the most simple of all the bunch races to follow.
33 years of age. Got himself a world title already this week. Can he repeat the scratch race win from last year? And we are underway. Men's C1 scratch race. 10 riders on the start line.
So Ricardo 10 Argelis from Spain is on the front, winding it up.
That was Liang from China just down the back. So you can see already spread right out because Ricardo, who loves a hard race, has gone straight on the march.
From the gun, and they've got a gap. There's 4 people in the break. They've got a massive gap on the rest of the field.
Sam Ruddock in a bit of danger. He's right at the back now for Great Britain. So 4 riders gathered towards the front here.
So Aaron Keith of USA. We have New Zealand? No, not New Zealand. The dark colours is
Malaysia. So Malaysia is Shah Harudin, and also the German rider there is Pierre Senska. And a bit of a chase from behind, but they're struggling because Ricardo 10 Argelis continues to march on. 60 laps of the velodrome, down to 56 to go now. And, well, this is almost turning into a bit of an individual pursuit for Ricardo out front.
Yeah. He's got a bit of a gap, but USA's Keith has sensed the danger, so he's closed that one. This is the German skin suit. So this is Senska here coming through. I didn't recognise him in the dark colours because traditionally the German skin suit's the white.
Yes, often you'll see with the American colours as well. This is much more Captain America. The para colours for some of the nations, not the same as we see with the able bodies. 54 laps to go now. 3 riders out in front, with Shaharuddin from Malaysia not able to stick with that group out there.
Ricardo Tenagilis is looking great. Super, super comfortable. Aaron Keith from USA, hard on his wheel.
Senska from Germany behind him. So they're about to catch the first riders getting lapped. And high on the track there, Kayat Makhamadov from Uzbekistan. And he's trying hard, you can see, rider from Uzbekistan, trying hard to try and get back on with these 3. If he can, they'll drag him back around because they're not too far from catching the next bunch of riders that have been tailed off.
So the hard part here is the commissars have to discern which group is the bunch. So the biggest group will become the bunch, and then if these 3 riders catch that group, then they've taken a lap. But they might even become the bunch.
Yes, and if that's the case, the riders they catch will end up being...
Losing a lap.
Yeah. And they are starting to work together. Ricardo Tenagilis was putting in by far the majority of the work. First 10 laps down now, 50 still to go. And now they're actually sharing the pace. So
they're working really well together.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for anyone else now to try and get themselves in contention for the medals, because gold, silver and bronze seem to be just riding away with this.
Yeah, Liang and Shaharuddin from Malaysia have paired up. They're working well together too, but there's there's about a half a lap gap for them to close now.
Sam Ruddock now being caught by that leading trio. Can he stick with them? Trying to. Gap's opening up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And he has closed down the gap. There's the other biggest group out on the track at the moment. Liang, also Shaharuddin, and Kayat Makhamadov. They are not too far, though, from being caught by this group of 3 with Sam Ruddock sitting on the back.
So 47 laps to go of this men's C1 scratch race. We've had an attack from the gun, Ricardo Tenagilis from Spain. He's teamed up with USA's Aaron Keith and Germany's Pierre Senska, and they have lapped Sam Ruddock of Great Britain, who's jumped on the back here. So they are now catching the rest of the bunch here. So the back 4... Hang on a second. Sam Ruddock's going around. We've got Malaysia also jumping on Shaharuddin. So he was off the front as well. So they've now caught him, which means that Malaysia and Great Britain are on the same lap, 1 lap down. Then you've got China 1 lap down. And I think you've got... What's 54? Uzbekistan is 2 laps down.
Kayat Makhamadov, that is, from Uzbekistan. Yes, he's gone 2 laps down. So the big benefactor of this one has been Sam Ruddock, because when he got caught, jumped on the back of that trio, and then they rode him back to the riders that were in front of him that he'd been dropped from. So he's benefited from this. He's still a lap down on the top 3. So the medals for now, and perhaps likely, are going to go to those 3 top riders that we saw. Aaron Keith, Pierre Senska and Ricardo Tenagilis. Still a couple of riders to be caught and lapped by these 3, though.
So at the moment, they're giving Malaysia the same lap.
I think they'll adjust that. They'll work that out. Yes, they've just done it now. Shaharuddin has now been taken a lap behind. So everyone has been caught. There is 1 more rider in front of the group here that is therefore about to go 2 laps down, 3 laps down. He's already at 2 laps down. So this is a real dominant performance. It's going to be a race for between these 3, but we've got 40 laps to decide whether they can split it to pieces.
Well, it looks like they want to. We've got USA's Aaron Keith on the front again. Ricardo Tenagilis, he's not going back quite very far in the peloton. You can see he's hungry. I think he wants to go off the front again. it's also, you don't want to get messed up with the riders that are a lap down as well, because if you go too far back and your opposition goes off at the front and starts to take another lap, you might get left behind and have to go and close that gap yourself. So if I was one of those 3 riders, I would make sure that I'm staying close, or if I want to go get a gap on them, I'd make sure they're off of my wheel before I attack off at the front.
And the peloton, for the first time since when they lined up, is virtually all back together.
Yes, so slightly different lap numbers. So right now our leading 3 are at the top of the track, Spain, USA and Germany. Then we've got a group on -1, so they'd be fighting for the 4th position. And then we've got a couple on -2 laps.
So Liang, Rudik and Shaharuddin are the 3 riders that are 1 lap behind. China, Great Britain and Malaysia. Lopez from Argentina has now come off the track, and also Zirkle. So Lopez and Zirkle, 2 riders that have withdrawn from the events, Argentina and Austria.
Ricardo Tenagillis swings up the track, closes that gap down. Rudik is happy to sit there in 4th wheel and let these 3 rotate in front. So those 3 will be in the medal positions at the moment, but there's still time. There's still time, 34 laps. So any of the riders in the back 5 are going to have to take at least 1 lap if they want to be in the hunt for the medals again. And let's not forget, Spain's Ricardo Tenagillis, he won this race last year.
Well, we can see why. He's definitely one of the strongest. When the attacks happened at the start by him, he didn't let up for so many laps, and I'd expect him to want to go on the attack again. Give it some time. Not quite at the halfway point. 60 laps from the start, down to 32 laps to go. So plenty of time for Ricardo to try and do something to get the better of Aaron and Pierre.
So 9 minutes of racing in. Everyone looks pretty content at the moment.
Aaron Keith from the USA. And you can see those top 3. They don't need to now because everyone's all together. But they are just rotating on the front between the 3 of them. Sam Ruddock drops back each time to let them in.
They've actually gone into an order that's quite helpful. So you've got the front 3, they're all on the same lap. Then the next 3 are all on the same lap. And then the final 2 are on the same lap. So
very helpful.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for now. Yeah.
Orderly formation, and they've now just popped inside the second half of the race. Rodrigo Lopez from Argentina.
Yes.
Big smiles.
Super hot. He was pouring with sweat. It's hot out there, let alone with big aero helmets on. So these riders warming up in the center of the track, they've got to make sure that they're hydrating all the time, fueling properly, replacing those salts. It might be cold outside here in Glasgow, but in this velodrome, it's pretty toasty.
Very warm, hot and humid conditions for the riders. Certainly sweaty, but it is fast. Better than being cool. And here's the next move. We're waiting for it. Ricardo Tenagillis absolutely going for it. He has had the riders that he's racing directly against on the same lap were right behind him. So Aaron Keith fighting hard to get back up onto the wheel. And he's been able to do that. And as Ricardo swings up, as does Aaron and Pierre.
Yeah, that's the downside about all being together. It's a lot easier to follow somebody. Whereas if you'd swung to one of them had gone to the back and had a few bike lengths in between, then that gap opens up really quickly. So they're covering this move. They know what he wants to do. They want to make it he wants to make it as hard as possible.
And I'm sure he's just going to keep throwing these attacks at them. And
Here we go again.
They'll be aware of it.
Here he's winding up at the top of the track, taking the height.
Yeah, look at this. You can see he wants to go. Aaron Keith knows it's coming. Needs to be careful. Another dive down the track here, and here goes Ricardo right off the track. Oh, no. So big crash. Aaron Keith has gone down. Also, Shaharuddin. So Shaharuddin from Malaysia, he's in a lot of pain actually. Aaron Keith, likewise. And so they have stopped the race to make sure we can get some medical attention to these two riders. The big attack was coming from Ricardo Tenargillis, and that's what has caused the carnage. The men's C1 scratch race, 24 laps to go. We have neutralised the race.
Yeah, it looked like a clip of wheels, and then once somebody's down in front of you all of the time, there's not a lot of space to move. So a couple of riders going down hard, so hopefully they'll be okay. They're both sitting upright though, which is good news.
Yeah, both moving around now, so both are up onto their feet.
If you can hear the crowd, here we go. Here's USA's Aaron Keith. He was in those medal positions, so hopefully he can get back up and get on that bike. Make sure those wheels are all right. So the race is neutralised, which means he can take his time.
Yeah, normal situation, if they're not laying in a dangerous position or too close to the track, in a scratch race, typically they will keep racing. You have 5 laps to get back in, but because of where they were lying and the proximity to the bottom of the track, they've done the right thing to neutralise the race, to give them every opportunity to rejoin, keep everyone else safe as well.
So Malaysia's Shaharuddin working out whether he wants to get back on that bike, having a chat with the race doctors. Looks like he's going to.
And this is something that's also changed a lot recently, is the concussion rule, which we didn't really have in cycling, and big discussions in all the football codes now about the concussion regulations, and they're doing their best to make sure they bring in that for cycling as well.
He went down.
See, he is eager. He's really eager to get back out there.
Yeah, it's tough because these riders have done so much work to get ready for these races, and when they go down so hard, their first instinct is to keep going. But sometimes, if you have hit your head, you've got to take it seriously. You got to be super careful. So it's a fine line. Do you continue for that world champion, that world title, or hopefully he's all right?
Well, he's coming back on. Aaron Keith is back up on the track, and here comes Mohammed Shaharuddin from Malaysia, and they were holding him back for longer than he was happy about. He was desperately wanting to get back onto the track, shaking it off, coming back onto the track. I'm glad they did actually spend a bit of extra time with him though, just to make sure. Okay, 24 laps to go. I can see the starter has the pistol ready to fire. And here we can see Ricardo's gone on the attack. He's gone down.
Oh, so that's what...
You can see what's happened. He's put a bit of a shock into Weikong Liang. Who's then almost tried to stop, and Aaron Keith has just run straight into the back of Liang.
It looked like Liang's, maybe his cleat came out or something, because he looked down at his feet as if that was an issue. So then he swerved upwards, and then nowhere for those riders to go. So good to see them back up and racing.
We are going again, but Sam Ruddock has a little bit of work to get himself back up to the peloton, so he might be caught out here, Sam. Now, we know that the attack is going to come.
Oh, this would be tough. If he better get on, because he deserves to be on. He was in there comfortably.
Well, I knew the attack was coming, but I didn't expect it to come from Weikong Liang from China. So this is fascinating.
So he's really putting the power down. 21 laps to go. So Ricardo Tenargillis swings up the track with him, which is also a surprise. I thought he would be willing to make this move work. We've got USA's Aaron Keith, along with Malaysia's Shaharuddin.
Well, Keith's just getting off the back. Getting back on here. He was gapped a little bit from that attack from Liang.
Yeah, so it's Senska. Senska's in that top 3. He's in third wheel at the moment.
20 laps remain. Weikong Liang having a much better second half than he did the first half. He is 1 lap behind the 3 leaders. The 3 riders on the top lap: Ricardo Tenargillis, Pierre Senska, and Aaron Keith. Spain, Germany, and USA. They are the 3, 1 lap ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, so Aaron Keith goes to the front this time. And Ricardo Tenard-Gillies goes straight over the top. So he came down the track with a lot of speed. He's used that momentum, and he's got Pierre Senska with him. So the one that's missed out here is Aaron Keith. He's got a lot of work to do.
Good move there from Senska. He sensed the move coming.
Oh my God, third dad joke.
And Pierre has piloted himself across to the front. 2 out the front now, and he's actually put a little bit of room into Tenard-Gillies. They're both swung up the track, and another dangerous moment. It was off camera. Sorry, apologies. I was looking at them as they almost came together while we were focusing on Liang, who was just trying to come back on.
Yes, so Ricardo Tenard-Gillies doesn't want to work with Pierre Senska, so they're not sure whether they want to keep on with the move or not. I think to me it makes sense. Keep opening that gap. Get away from Aaron Keith of USA. He's also on the same lap, so if these two get off the front, then they're guaranteed the top 2 medals.
16 laps remain. Keith survives another attack. The American has been brought back to the lead duo from Weikong Liang from China. So the only one of the top 3 that hasn't attacked is Aaron Keith. He's been fighting back every time. He's the one of them that has touched down as well. You can see his number flapping in the back there. And a moment of pause. I don't think it'll be for too long, though. And this is what I was oohing and ahhing about before, because look at that. Almost a coming together of the 2 riders. Very close for Pierre Senska from Germany as Ricardo Tenard-Gillies comes through. He's very high on the track now, so you can have a look. Where are we? On the right-hand side, Spanish rider right up at the fence.
Last year's world champion in this event. He's taking height.
And we know what that means. There's an attack coming as he gets a bit more acceleration down the finishing straight here at 13 laps to go. Is he going to dive down the track? He's making sure he's clear this time. That's what caused the crash last time.
Look at him go.
And there he goes. So quite polite attack from him. Made sure he was well clear of everybody before he dived down the track.
Yeah, he's opened up a handy gap there. This is the biggest attack we've seen from him so far. He's attacked from the gun, tried another couple of times, but this one looks like it's going to stick. He's opened up a massive gap with only 12 laps remaining. So that's 3 kilometers of the velodrome here in Glasgow. We have Liang of China, Aaron Keith of USA, and Pierre Senska here chasing. So Senska on the front here, and second wheel Keith from USA are on the same laps, so that means that they are in the 2nd and 3rd position, and we have Liang who's down a lap out of this group. But all eyes are on Ricardo Tenard-Gillies. He's here overtaking the sprinter Sam Ruddock. So Ruddock has now lost his 2nd lap to the Spanish Tenard-Gillies. But he's destroying this field. 10 laps to go.
He comes around to get 9 laps to go now inside the final 10 laps. They started with 60. The unfortunate delay caused by that crash. And Aaron Keith, though, still in a position to fight for the silver medal at the moment. It does appear that the gold is disappearing in front of them. Tenard-Gillies from Spain will come around into the finishing straight to see 8 laps to go. And once we get a little bit closer towards the finish, we know what typically happens. Aaron Keith and Pierre Senska, USA and Germany, will start thinking about racing for that silver medal. Hesitation kicks in. The gap opens up even more in those situations.
Yeah, that'll be exciting to see what happens. That's Liang on the front of China. And we see the gap. Ruddock here is now losing a lap to these riders, which means he's on -2. Liang is on -1.
And off he goes, all on his own. He attacked right at the start, split the race to pieces, put it down to a contest between 3. Then we had that pause, the big crash, regrouped, everyone back on, and then Ricardo went again.
So that's him taking over Shararuddin of Malaysia. So once the bunch catches Malaysia, then he'll be on -2, which means that Liang will be 1 lap up in the 4th position.
Aaron Keith, not sure they can do anything about this now. The gap is so big. There he is, Ricardo Tenard-Gillies. comes around to get 4 laps to go into the final kilometre now, and the gap is just over half a lap, so he will right around to pick up the gold medal. There will be a fantastic sprint, though, a battle between Aaron Keith and Piacenza. That is still to come. Silver and bronze medals have not been decided. 4th place, we can put that down as Wikong Liang as well. The only rider that is 1 lap behind that is still with the American and the German. So he will claim 4th place.
Yeah, look at this gap. This is the attack that Tenar Gillies was looking for. He tried, and he tried again, and he's finally gone clear.
Well, he just kept smashing the peloton, didn't he, until he completely broke it to pieces and ended up off the front all alone, riding to the gold medal. Rainbow jersey, para-world champion. It is going to go the way of Spain. Ricardo Tenar Gillies coming around to get the bell. Then we can focus on the sprint for silver.
There you go, 250 metres left. He can't believe it. 2 in a row for Spain.
He can believe it now as he goes down the back straight. It's a comfortable win for him at the end after completely destroying this men's C1 scratch race. There's the gold medal. We can also then look at the silver and the bronze. That's going to be decided by Aaron Keith and Piacenza. You can see at the top there in the red colours of China, Wikong Liang. He'll finish 4th. But over the top, claiming the silver, Piacenza from Germany. Rush to the line from Sam Ruddock, but he was a couple of laps behind. So Piacenza from Germany, he gets the silver. And after that crash, dusting himself off and getting back onto the track from the USA, Aaron Keith claims bronze.
What an inspiration. Ricardo Tenar Gillies, 2 in a row for Spain.
Strongest man by far.
Absolutely. You could just tell he just wanted to get away. He kept attacking. Wanted it to be the hardest race possible. 60 laps. Finally managed to get away with about 12 laps to go. Nobody could touch him.
Yep. Great finish from Piacenza to get the better of Aaron Keith to claim the silver medal. And Aaron, hopefully he has been able to dust himself off. Hopefully he'll be okay after that crash. It was fairly nasty. Likewise for Muhammad Shaharuddin from Malaysia. When he first touched down, I was really worried about him. He was rolling around and in a lot of pain, but back onto the track to finish things off. So very courageous from all of those riders.
Estaba pensando en Renault, ¿eh? Iba pensando en una, dos, sí señor, máquina, está acá.
It's amazing.
Emotions running hot. So many fantastic expressions we've seen after these races. The para-athletes in particular, I must say, have treated us to so many fantastic events and races.
Look at him, not even struggling. He's born for this.
Well, he continued to signal his intentions, attack from the get-go. Every moment of pause, he continued to attack and just would not stop until he broke the peloton into smithereens.
All right.
Back to the tandems now. Men's B sprint finals. And the first matchup, once again, we'll see Bo Wooten up against Raphael Beaujolais. Australia versus France. Byron Davies, the pilot of Australia, and Quentin Calarion for France. It was the Aussies that got the first win, best of 3. If they win this one, they will claim the bronze medal. Wanting to take it to a decider, though, France. They have to do something special. They have drawn position number 2 for this race, so that is a big advantage in these tandem races.
France moving quickly, making sure they hold that position, seeing just what Australia want to do. Are they going to try and sneak to the front? But it looks like they're okay in second at the moment.
It was a good match between these two in the previous race. So Australia now diving down a little bit, not going underneath. France moving quickly to shut that off. But again.
Not yet. If the other team is in the sprinters lane, which is below the red. The other team cannot go inside it.
Lap and a half to go. Bell as they come around. This time, France in a commanding position. What can Australia do? They haven't given them much room here. This is going to be a real drag race into the final lap. A lot of work for the Australians to do. They are one up in the best of three. They win this. They get the bronze. France over the shorter line around the final bend. Can they hold on? Really close down the finishing straight. But France just enough to force a decider. They'll have to come back out. Winner of that one will get bronze. That was close.
That was. So you could see Australia trying to tempt France to come outside of that lane, to come up the track and and allow the Australians to sneak underneath, but they weren't able to. It was some pretty tactical riding from the French, keeping the defence. As you see here, they've got the sprint lane slightly above the red there, but it wasn't enough to impact the result. If the French had popped out a bit further and they'd impacted the Australians, then you can see relegations for that type of thing once the sprint has started, but all safe riding there. France go one up, so we'll see them again later in a decider.
Solid ride from the first position for France. Australia just not giving themselves enough room. They were too hard up behind the French team, so they'll have to rethink that. They will redraw for positions. And the race for gold now between Neil Farke and Matthew Rotherham and Thomas Ulbricht and Robert Forsterman. Great Britain versus Germany. And the Brits are one up in the best of three. We saw that just before. Really dominant performance, it must be said. They were happy to go into second position. They started in position number one. Germans took over. They weren't phased, the Brits. They just rode back around the outside. It was a real comfortable victory for them. So the Germans have to do something really special to try and force the decider as well. The French were able to just do it. Can the Germans do it now in the race for gold?
Can they force the decider? No, it didn't work.
Big favourites, the Brits. They're riding with confidence. They have to get the job done again. You don't want to be overly confident. Do not take your opponents for granted.
That's it. So 16-time world champion Neil Farke partnered up with Matthew Rotherham, 5-time British champ, before they partnered up in 2018, taking on Forsterman, who was 4-time team sprint champion, for swapping over to pilot his teammate Thomas Ulbricht. So they're a relatively new pairing. Bronze in the kilo in 2023 and 2022. So yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more from these guys.
And we're underway. Great Britain, one up in the best of three.
Straight to the front.
Yeah,
look at this move.
It's a commanding gesture there from Great Britain. If they win this, they claim another gold medal. Germany have to win to force a decider. The favourites are Great Britain, home track here in Glasgow. The crowd are behind them. They've shown real strength this week. Fastest qualifiers down the back straight. 1.5 lap to go now. Pace is really high. The Brits, they don't want to mess around here. They don't want to make this a close one, being as fast as they can as they come into the bell. Is this another gold medal to Neil Farke? He's already won 16 World Championship gold medals. And look at the acceleration down the back straight. The crowd are appreciating it. It's going to be gold to Great Britain. Neil Farke claims number 17.
Look at that celebration. There you go. Wow. Gold in London, gold in Tokyo, silver in Rio. This pairing know how to win. No stranger to the top step. And it doesn't get old. Doesn't get old. Look at them. Home crowd at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome in Glasgow.
Not even close.
It was a strange race from the Germans. I feel like they wanted the front in the first round. They didn't show an interest in keeping the front in the second round, and they didn't manage to get much height. But yeah, the British pair, they just rode away from them.
Yeah, just too good.
Yeah.
So powerful. A lot of speed, but also just that horsepower, the torque. Once they got into the first position, just powered away from the Germans.
Yep, so no third rider for them. We've got our gold medalist, but we're going to have to wait for the decider for the bronze medal between Australia and France later this evening.
That's going to be a great race. What a celebration. Wow. The most dominant men's B sprint pairing in history. Neil Farke with those 17 World Championship gold medals. It's a packed wardrobe at his place, all those rainbow jerseys.
Might have to make an extra room. So extra few racks. Would actually be interesting to see what he does.
Women's Madison is the next race. Talk about exciting events. The sprints are always exciting, but the Madison throws up so much. And while the women are trying to line up for the Women's Madison race, the British tandem are just lapping up the adulation here. Come on, lads. Got another race to go. We need you off the track. They are loving it.
Yep, so the Women's Elite Madison scheduled to take place here. 120 laps of the velodrome.
We just saw sights from Switzerland. And interesting, the defending world champions from Belgium, that pairing is not on the track. A new pairing. Lotte Kopecky is here, but she's not riding the Madison.
No, so she won the elimination last night and is choosing not to ride tonight. We've got a younger pairing, Katrin de Klerk and Helene Hesters. So they'll be wearing number 1 on behalf of their teammates who won last year. Second,
very young pairing as well.
Yeah, it's a huge experience for them. Here we see one of the celebrations continue. But why not? Home track. The girls are still getting ready.
Well, it does take the Madison teams a long time to prepare. So there are 18 teams to line up. One rider from each of the teams lining up in the home straight. The other rider is in the back straight. You can go through what the Madison is all about. 18 teams of 2. 36 riders. It's a lot of riders on a velodrome. Changeover. It's like a relay race, but it's a hand sling changeover. Points system all throughout. Every 10 laps is a sprint. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. Take a lap. There you go. 20 points. It's a handy way to throw yourself up the standings. Final sprint has double points. 10, 6, 4 and 2. We'll explain a bit more once we get going. It appears to be quite complicated. I love it. It's a fascinating race.
Why do you love it? Have you done something special in the Madison before?
I've ridden some Madisons. I have ridden some Madisons.
Oh, yeah?
It's such a fun race.
Any big races?
Couple of clubbies. Couple of club
Olympic
races.
champion sitting right next to me, so he knows what he's talking about. Done a fair few of them over the years, haven't you, Scott?
1 or 2. Antoinetta Gasiola here from Mexico. 1.1 million followers on Instagram. More of any of the track cyclists that I know of. Now, just demonstrating the hand sling for us there before the start. Actually, I think just admiring the nails more so.
That's a we can do this kind of gesture, I reckon. Clara Caponi.
This will be a very competitive outfit. In the medals multiple times in the last couple of years, the French team.
Yep, so they were second last year. Caponi paired up with Valentin Thornton last year, so they swapped Thornton for Bateau. So Victoire Bateau actually won the road race for France, the national championships in France a few weeks ago. So she is on some form, that's for sure. So she'll be looking to one-up the French performance from last year and take that world title. So we have a very strong team, Martina Vedanza and Chiara Consoni from Italy. So they were I reckon they were fourth last year, behind the Danish pairing of Julie Leff and Emily de Deriksen.
British.
Yeah, I was going to say not to be forgotten is the British pairing. Nia Evans and Eleanor Barker lining up today.
Yeah, that's a strong pairing for sure.
Absolutely. Then we've got the sisters, the Pikulik sisters from Poland. A young team from the Netherlands in Marit Rijmakers and Maaike van der Doorn. So they've obviously been watching Kirsten Wild and Amy Peters over the years. They've won multiple world titles, so they are the next generation coming through. So one rider on this side of the track, one rider on the other side. This rider will start to wind it up, and after a couple of laps, they will meet their partner on the other side. They will find each other's hands, and they will hand sling their momentum to the other rider. Then this rider that's in the race will swing up to the top of the track and wait for their rider to come through. So it's a momentum type of race, exchanging that momentum throughout 120 laps with sprints, and then whichever team has the highest total of points by the end of the race wins.
All bunched up at the start, 120 laps, sprint every 10. And you can see now the riders that did start about to reach their partners to make the first changeover. And it's Germany that does the first change with the pink helmets. And we can see this only really come in the last couple of years. It was the Brits that really first did it, was do these really bright iridescent helmets, so it's easy for you to pick out your partner in the race. The challenge would be if nations were choosing the same colour helmet. Yeah. That would get confusing.
Yeah, it's almost like they've shotgun colours. So they've shotguns, so then once one team's chosen pink, for example, I don't think anyone else can have the pink. They'd have to choose a different... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, the Dutch had the copyright on orange from the start. They've had that for a very long time.
Well, because the problem is it was usually black or white, and then there's a lot of skin suits that look very similar with the white upper body and then the stripes or something like that. So it is very difficult to find your teammate, especially when you're 119 laps into a hectic race like this.
116 laps down. This was first held for the women in 2018. Belgium got the win. Julian Dorder and Lotte Kopecky. The Madison itself, the name Madison, comes from over 120 years ago, racing in Madison Square Garden in New York, where it first started. They didn't know what to call it. Well, that's where it first started. Let's just call it the Madison. The Australian team up around the outside.
Yeah, they've got a strong pairing of Georgia Baker and Alex Manley, so they'll be looking to improve on their pairing from last year. There's the Pikulik sisters doing a hand sling. Bryony Botha of New Zealand took out bronze in the individual pursuit earlier this week.
Irish team in the green make a change. 113 laps to go. We're getting very close to the first sprint. 5, 3, 2 and 1 points on offer in these sprints. Gain a lap on the field, you get 20 points. Very advantageous if you are strong enough to gain a lap. Denmark is flying up around the outside.
That's Emily de Deriksen, so she'll be looking for her young partner Eleanor Klinger. So usually it's Juliette. They were silver at the Olympic Games, so they've got a younger pairing now. We'll see how they fare, but they're known for taking laps.
Klinger coming into the race for de Deriksen. France in second place. Bell will sound this time. First sprint is coming up. 5 points on offer for the winner across the line. And it's France that hits out over the top. The Pikulik sisters from Poland. Change about to be made really, really late here. This is going to be dangerous for the points. I think France have just done enough to make sure they hold on for it. Super late change in a sprint, but they got away with it that time.
That's it. Victoire Berthaud on the front, taking full 5 points. The French riders, they came second last year. They've always been in the medals. I know that they're on form. It's going to be, I feel like they might be the ones to beat this year.
The Dutch have been the dominant force in this. 3 wins to them. Same pairing, actually. Kirsten Wild and Amy Peters. Shout out to Amy. All the best. Had a nasty accident a couple of seasons ago. So all the best to Amy and the Peters family. Let's see what the Dutch team can come away with here.
Yep, so it's all bunched up together. Everyone's in. Usually the first couple of sprints are incredibly hectic because everybody's got a bit more energy. They're able to get in the mix. But after a few sprints, we'll start to thin it out. So we have the Brits moving up around the outside to the front with their fluoro helmet with the red stripe. That's the helmet that they wore at the Olympics where they took out the victory. It was Katie Archibald and Laura Kenny. So they aren't here today, but they've got a very strong pairing in Nia Evans and Eleanor Barker. Eleanor just coming back from having a baby, so that's very exciting to see the women's peloton supporting pregnancy these days.
Big move from New Zealand. Really big move from New Zealand, actually. Trying to be countered by the British and the Americans. 105 laps to go. So a couple of laps out there they'll need to stay if they want to pick up some points.
Yeah,
or they are just looking to try and get a lap on the field. But the peloton is not slowing down. You can see how difficult it is if you sit too far back in a race like this. All the changes that are happening, how high you've got to go to get around all of those riders that are slowing on the inside. It's wasted energy if you sit too far back in a Madison.
Yep, so this is Bryony Bothan now. Got a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. They're going hard early, so 103 laps to go. So they've decided to go and try and take a lap. If they take a lap on the field, they'll get 20 points up, and they'll get the points along the way. So if there's any sprints coming up, which is in 2 laps, they'll also get those 5 points. So will they make it? That's the question.
102 laps to go. The bell will sound next time around. New Zealand still with a very handy lead, and she'll be searching for her partner because Australia are also on the front of the peloton chasing points.
Here we go.
Barker makes a change to Manley out in front. New Zealand's change as well. Big handy lead. They should be able to hold on from there to pick up the 5 points. There's a real race. The British team missed a change. That was dangerous. New Zealand will pick up the 5 points here. Alex Manley for the Australians fighting to stay in second. No, she finishes third. USA pick up 3 points for second. Really dangerous move there with the missed change from the British.
Yep, so that was Valente coming over the top for USA. They've closed down the gap in the process to the New Zealanders, but this is a good group of 5 here. We've got New Zealand, USA, Australia, France, and Great Britain all in the front group of 5. So if you are one of those teams that has missed out, in particular the Italians, I would say, they were going to want to close that gap, although it's starting to come back together now.
98 laps to go. So in each of these sprints, when they really start to go for it, you can see how much the peloton stretches out. And if you get stuck behind, all you're doing is chasing gaps, wasting energy. Here's the Italian team sitting right in the middle of the field. They need to move further forward, otherwise they will keep wasting too much energy. They won't have anything to be able to go for these contested sprints. Another move coming from Denmark as the Italians make their change.
That's it. As soon as there's a bit of a lull in the peloton, it starts to bunch up, and you can almost expect the Danish to decide to go off the front or do something in particular. So we see Amelie de Derrickson up around the outside. She was road world champion in 2016, so she knows how to do a long bike race. So the Italians have made it to the front. So this is the thing, because you're going over, if you're too far back, you're going over changes, and that's 2 people wide. So it does mean you have to go a lot further around, which is a lot further distance, which means it takes a lot longer to get to the front. But they've made it to the front now, and I expect they're going to try and stay there.
Starting to think about the next sprint coming up. 94 laps to go, and you do have to think 5 laps ahead. In a normal individual race, points race, scratch race, etc., you might be thinking 2 laps ahead. The Madison, you've got to change. You've got to make sure you're in position to make the change for your rider to go for the sprint. So it's 5 laps in advance that you start to process where you need to be in the peloton. 93 laps to go. The Brits now starting to come around to the front, dragging the French with them. The Italians finally might be looking to pick up some points here. Sprint sounds, the bell will sound the next time through, so it's a long sprint for Great Britain, but they need the points. Change made down the back straight. Fair way out from the sprint itself, but the bell will sound this time. Here's the third sprint, it's 91 laps. Great Britain, France, Italy, Poland, Netherlands, New Zealand, but absolutely powering off the front. Nia Evans comes around the final bend. There's 5 points.
That's a big sprint from Nia Evans, and a long sprint as well. So they've got a little bit of a gap here to the French and Italians. She'll be looking for Eleanor Barker to throw in.
Yeah, that was interesting. Well, she's not really trying to get off the front here, but she sprinted that hard, more than she needed. She spent so much energy. You only need to win by a wheel length, not 6 lengths. So you've got to be conservative at times, as we see the great changeover here from Georgia Baker and Alex Manley, although a little bit tight because they got squeezed with the French on the inside. That was dangerous. French rider going under the change of the Australians.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught up behind the wheels, because if the rider is coming out of the race, they're going to lose a lot of their speed and could potentially cause a crash. So you're always wanting to go over those changes.
Great Britain, France, Italy, Poland. That was the placings in the last sprint. Overall standings, France lead the way on 9. Then it's Great Britain, New Zealand and United States on 5. The Pikulik sisters from Poland on 4. So still very tight at the top, but France just now starting to get a little bit of a buffer. They've been so consistent the last couple of years. They haven't won one, but they've been in the medals several times.
That's it. So it's all bunching up now here. Everyone's getting a bit cagey. USA are up around the top. I wonder if they're going to make a move or if they just want to go to the front. Sometimes you have to come around with a lot of effort just to make it round. So if you've been out in the mess at the back, sometimes you just got to put the effort in to get to the front again. So, Scott, before you said the Brits had a mischange. What's the downside of that?
Downside is... Yeah, you can see when they bunch up like this, it's the opportunity for teams to try and get back to the front. And the ones that are at the front don't want them there. And it gets really messy when you start throwing changes in. They are riding so much on the edge, like a relay race. You know how much time you're going to be in the race. You put in a big effort over 2.5 to 3 laps. You miss the change, and you have to stay in for a whole nother rotation. That hurts. You do that late in the race, and you could completely blow up. 83 laps to go now. So now they're again thinking about being in the right position for the next sprint. The Netherlands, haven't seen much of them yet.
Georgia Baker and Nia Evans. So Nia will sling in Eleanor Barker now.
And she'll go on with it as well. So it'll be 82 laps to go. Big move from Barker over the top. 81 it is as they change the bell. And Great Britain changing perfectly. Big move from them down the back straight. So that's enough for them to get another 5 points. Australia, haven't seen much of them in the points either. They only have 2 to this point. Now they pick up 3 points for second place. Netherlands, then Italy.
So we have a little group of 3 here, actually. We've
well, Manly's gone on with it.
The French have missed it. French and New Zealand, they're chasing from behind. So Eleanor's realised it. So she's putting down the power at the front. They've got a little group of 4. I think they want to make this work. USA's jumped on the back. That's 5 now. Here we are, the French and the Danish. They've realised the danger. They're going to have to close that gap as quick as possible. Otherwise, they risk the other team taking a lap and scoring 20 points, which is hard to bring back. It's all back together now.
We saw Amalie Dieriksen from Denmark. Ellen Klinger is her teammate. Change over here. Fantastic change between the 2 riders from Great Britain. Bit of argy-bargy, and you can see the Dutch. Oh, wow, that was so close. That's the first time we've actually seen those super wide rear stays. They stick out that far. That's the first time I've actually seen them make contact with another bike.
Yeah, it's up close and personal in there. 76 laps to go. Racing is hot and fast. You're wearing your air helmets. You're getting fatigued. The switching on this race is just as mentally fatiguing as it is physically.
Great Britain have gone into position number 1, 10 points, but only 1 over France. New Zealand, USA and Australia move up again a little bit, so 5 points each for those 3 teams. Still tight. They come around to get 73 laps to go. Australia on the front. 74 laps to go.
Poland doing a change there in the middle. Bryony Botha of New Zealand moving forward up around Alex Manley of Australia. USA coming around the outside.
Lily Williams from the US trying to put herself into a good position because another sprint's coming. France, they missed out on the last sprint. They don't want to do it this time. And a big change over there between those 2. 72 laps to go. Sprint lap coming up. Great Britain once again at the front. This is where they changed over last time. And look, doing it again. Straight up around the outside. So France need to fight hard to try and get into the slipstream, but New Zealand will be pushing them shoulder to shoulder. More points on offer. Another 5. Are they going to be going the way of Great Britain? Big move coming from behind from USA, trying to come up around the outside. Remember, long straights, good opportunity to come over the top, and that's what New Zealand utilised. 5 points going to them.
That was a big sprint. That was Ali Wollaston on New Zealand, slinging in Bryony now. France looking for Victoire Berthaud. That was a big sprint. There was 2 laps for Caponi before the sprint, which is pretty hard.
Well, when you do these long sprints, say when they change really early and start going 2 and a lap and a half to go, 2 laps and a lap and a half to go, it costs so much. It really does hurt. And if there is an attack straight after the sprints, sometimes you just don't have the energy to follow.
Yeah,
USA coming with a rush. And this is, we've got a good example now in this slow motion. The length of the straights here. Really long. Finish line. Right stuck into the bend a little bit. And New Zealand able to use that length to get over the top of Great Britain. But first or second, good place to be. 5 or 3 points. France still keeping themselves in the hunt. Great Britain lead the way on 13. So you see the USA at the top. Great Britain on 13. France and New Zealand now on 10 with the USA on 7.
Germany look like they've now swung up. That was Teutenberg of Germany.
With last year's individual pursuit champion, Francesca Krause and Lynn Teutenberg. Very famous family in Germany. So accomplished. We saw her brother Tim Teutenberg in the elimination earlier tonight. Auntie Ina, one of the greatest female road sprinters of her generation, if not of all time, to be honest. Father Lars, professional Madison rider back in his time. Uncle Sven, 4th place in a couple of stages of the Tour de France. It's in the genes of the Teutenbergs.
There you go. So 63 laps to go of the women's elite Madison out of 120 laps, so almost at the halfway point. We've seen a sprint fest so far. Will be interesting to see if we see some laps be taken in the next section of the race when the fatigue starts to play out.
Chiara Consoni from Italy. They're down in 7th place. Only 3 points so far from the Italians. Fidanza now comes in. The Australians also about to make a change. The French making sure they don't miss out as they're approaching the next of the intermediate sprints.
Yep, they'll get Bell up now. So 1 lap to go. We've got Italy on the front, Australia, France around the outside, and Great Britain.
Fidanza from Italy down the back straight. Alex Manley in 2nd position. And they're about to catch the group in front of them. So they swing up the track, sprint up around the outside, and it will be 5 points to Italy, 3 to Australia. 2 will go to France, and Great Britain pick up the 1.
So these are 4 of our... Italy's first few points for a little while.
Yeah, they've been just outside of the points, not too far behind once they corrected themselves and early on, sitting too far back, but haven't been able to get up into the points. Great Britain on to 14 now. France 12, only 2 points between them. New Zealand still very much in the hunt, but didn't score any points that time. Italy have jumped right up now.
Oh, Belgian missed change, as you see there.
Yeah.
If you make contact with your hands, you have to swap over. But if you don't, then you can decide what you want to do. So they obviously wanted to swap over there, given it was coming into a sprint.
And there's the hand change. So it's more, we call it a hand sling because you're not actually physically grabbing the hand in front. You're wrapping it around, and then that allows the rider that's coming in to let go of the change if there's a dangerous situation. If you do just grab your opponent's hand to try and throw them in, they can't get out of it if something goes wrong. So they sling each other rather than grab and throw. Pace come off a little bit here, Nettie. 55 laps to go, and you can see the Germans coming up around the outside. They're about to make a change.
Ooh.
I was wondering if they were going to go on the attack, but now the change has happened. That's not happened.
Yeah, that was a bit messy.
Yeah. Becoming a bit of a sprint fest, this. No attempts to take a lap just yet. And Denmark perhaps going to try and buck that trend. Here we go. It's the Danish team.
On the attack.
No points at all. Equal 10th for them. First, the last team with points is Ireland in 9th place.
So Amelie de Dirksen away with Germany and Poland. So Amelie will come in for a change with Ellen Klinger. So just got a small gap here.
Klinger swings up. The Germans make their change.
52 laps to go.
Browser comes in for Germany. Then it's Klinger. Pikulik from Poland. And Pikulik wants to go up around the outside as the Australians make a change in 4th position. There'll be a sprint the next time around. They'll hear the sound of the bell. That's why the Pikulik sisters have gone on the march. Great Britain, though, they are trying to rectify being a little bit too far back. Look how strung out they are for this next sprint. Poland, so Germany, Australia now with a big rush down the back straight. You can just see them appear. Georgia Baker trying to run down the Polish team. Too far. They'll have to back off, get their 3 points. And a sprint for third place, I should say. Great Britain snapping the 2 points. And so they'll extend their lead.
And as you can see here, the Australians have opened up a gap. They've gone right around the Pikuliks and who have joined them. And they are opening it up. They realise that a few of the top players have missed the move. We've got Great Britain have just bridged that gap. Germany is stuck in the middle there. We've got the New Zealand, USA and France all back in the next group. So this is an interesting move.
And hopefully they really work hard together because the gap has opened up significantly. We'll have to see who really starts the chasing. New Zealand is on the front of the peloton, but so far these 3 nations working well. Alex Manley comes through for Australia.
This is a great move. So Australia, Poland and Great Britain. So the Aussies, I'd say, are the underdogs. I feel like they were in it. There's been a lot of results over the years, but we've had a bit of a dry spell. But the knowledge is there and the endurance is there. They've done a lot of work on their riding with the pro team, Jake Olula, the combination of Alex and Georgia.
46 laps to go. 3 teams off the front. The chase has started by Italy. And they have been working well together out here. How committed are they? They've been swapping, changing through. But look at this big move from the Italians. New Zealand also trying to get themselves across. So in one foul swoop, the blue colours flashed their way across the gap. About halfway across now, 44 laps to go.
Yeah, interesting. The Italians have gone off solo. So they've got the trio, then you've got Italy, then you've got a gap to France, the Netherlands, New Zealand and USA. So there's starting to see the pain on the faces now. We're 2/3 of the way into this women's elite marathon at the UCI World Championships in Glasgow.
43 laps to go. And you've got a scenario here where Great Britain have a lead of 4 points to France. They're on 12, so 16, then 12, then 11 points for Australia as Italy do bridge the gap across to the front. But while the British team, who are leading with that 4-point buffer, they're out in front, swapping turns with a couple of friendly nations as well. Teams like France, New Zealand, America, Denmark, they have to work hard to get across. They're wasting energy to bridge the gap. While the sprint's going up in front. Another one from Great Britain down the back straight. Poland, then Australia. And I think it's going to finish in that order. 40 laps to go. Another 5 points. They'll extend their lead. The Australians want to go on with this, though. And we can see the remnants of the peloton coming through.
Great move by the Aussies. They came through with the 2nd place in that sprint. They pipped the Polish just as the Polish had tried to make a change on the finish line. But they've gone on with it.
Smart move from the Aussies because the Brits put in a massive sprint there. And then Georgia Baker hit them after the line, and that put them under a little bit of pressure. Change has been made by Great Britain, so they should be able to rectify that situation.
So they've caught the back of the bunch now, but there is a group of 4 and then another group of 3 off of the front. So this is technically the peloton or the bunch, so they've been given a lap up. Well, they will be given a lap up.
We shall wait. We shall wait for confirmation of that. In that sprint, after Italy did the big effort to get across to those leaders, they lost contact. So they're still fighting now to try and get back up to the British, the Polish and the Australian teams. There's Alex Manley comfortably in that group of lapped riders.
So then we have Australia, Poland and Great Britain are in that group, a lap up on the rest of the field. Then we've got a bit of a gap. here's France. They're trying to close that gap and also take that lap. So you've got France, the Netherlands, Italy and USA closing that gap.
And not too far away from getting back up with those three teams. So here we go. Looking very messy here, but off the back of them now. So now we see the Italians, the Americans, Dutch and French all coming together with the group contained
and
the
then
leaders.
Because there's enough riders to have taken a lap, then the other riders might be given a lap down instead.
Yeah. So now we can look at the pause that's happened. You can see Great Britain on the front. They're not pushing forward. That is also now allowing the Danish. I'll just come into shot. There they are. Just behind them is New Zealand. So they are going to get themselves all back together. 33 laps to go.
Yeah, so no longer a lap up. There'll be other riders a lap down. So
after all of that, I can tell you that the French, the Italians, the Danes, the New Zealanders, they've had to dig super deep to get back up there with the British, the Australians and the Polish.
Yeah, so those three teams, they've had a bit more time to recover in the peloton. We've got 1.5 laps now to the next sprint.
And it's Poland that are going to do a late change in this sprint as they get to 31 laps to go. The Australians have made their change, and you can see the Picklick sisters down the back straight about to do their change. Will the Australians pop over the top? Yes, they do. So well timed from the Aussies. Too late in the change there for Poland. They'll hold on to get the 3 points though.
Wow, they're looking really good.
Great Britain, they came across in third. Another 2 points to add to their 21. You can see that, make that shuffle now.
So you can see the gap starting to open up a lot more quickly, and there's a few more mistakes being made at this point in the race.
There's only 3 more sprints to come. Double points on the final sprint, of course. 10, 6, 4 and 2. And it's pretty tight. Great Britain have looked really, really strong. Still only 4 points ahead of the Australians, though.
That's it. Lots of points up for grabs. And as we said before, they took that lap a little bit earlier, so they've had a little bit more time to recover, which is why they were a bit fresher for that sprint.
Yes. So there are 9 teams that remain on the lead lap. Great Britain, Australia, Poland, France, New Zealand, Italy, the United States, Netherlands, Denmark and Japan. They are the only teams, well, I'll say lead lap, sorry. They haven't lost a lap. Everyone else is minus points from, if you lose a lap, you have minus 20 points. And it's only those 9 that I mentioned that have not been docked points.
So a little bit of a sense of calm in the group.
Yeah. So effectively for Ireland, Germany, Belgium, etc., for them to get themselves back in contention, first thing is they have to get another 20 points somehow. Take a lap on the field to get back into contention to start picking up more points. That's highly unlikely. Bit of a deep breath from everybody.
Yep, a recoup. So 24 laps to go. Almost 100 laps ridden in the women's Madison.
So as you get to, say, 24 to go, they know it's only a couple of laps now until the next bell will sound. So they have to start fighting for position again from now. Make sure the change is done as close to the bell lap as possible to give themselves a biggest advantage to try and pick up the maximum points. Japan, they haven't been docked 20 points for losing a lap. They've kept themselves in contention, but they don't have any points at all. They've come round to the front now. It's taken a while to see them up front.
Yep, in front of Germany and then Poland. We have the British pair coming around the outside now. 22 laps to go.
Lynn Teutenberg sitting in second position. The Japanese team are about to make a change. The bell will sound next time. Poland again sitting in third place overall, 14 points. And a really nasty crash. Australia has lost the rider in that crash as well. So it was Alex Manley that's gone down. Let's focus on the sprint for now. Japan out in front. They're a long way down in points. They'll pick up 5 for this sprint, but it won't change much in the overall classification. Poland, though, they're getting closer now to Australia. They're sitting in third, but they've just picked up 3 points. Great Britain, they just got another 2.
That was Olympic Omnium silver medalist Yumi Kajihara taking that sprint there. A big effort from the Japanese. They probably didn't need to go as hard, but they've got those 5 points, which will make a difference to their tally. So here we have Alex Manley. She went down really hard. A rider fell in front and she went over the top, and then another rider went over the top of her. So With Ireland getting back on the bike, getting back out there, they can take as long as they want in the Madison, as long as the teammate stays in the race. So this is Georgia Baker here, so she has to stay in the race and hope that the pace doesn't get too hectic out there, because she will be on her own until Alex Manley gets back on that bike. So Alex is on the bike now. We can see her up on the track, getting pushed now. So good to see her up and about, but this will hurt the Australians.
Well, fortunately for Georgia, as we see Alex now re-entering the boards, the pace has come off a little bit. And then, as I say it, Denmark come around the outside. So it hasn't been too hard since Alex Manley went down. So it shouldn't have been too tough for Georgia Baker out there all on her own.
So,
and, it was just off camera there. Just didn't quite.
Me either.
Yep.
I was looking at the Danish mischange.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on there. There was the crash behind and then almost the mischange happening up at front as well. Denmark now have tried to go off the front here. 15 laps to go.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a gap here. It doesn't look like any impetus from the bunch behind. Germany swings up. Ireland on the front now.
Didriksen and Klinger, the two riders from Denmark. 14 laps to go. Overall standings, knowing there are 2 more sprints, double points on the final one. Great Britain in a very strong position, 25 points. We know the Australians have had a mishap there with Alex Manley sitting in second, only 2 points ahead of Poland. Haven't seen France for a while. Those 12 points, they were collected earlier in the race. Likewise for New Zealand, they sit on 10. So still 15 points on offer if you win both of the next 2 sprints. A lot can still change. But there's your leaders, Great Britain. The yellow helmets, 6-point advantage over Australia.
Yeah, you start to see the pain faces coming out. It's getting into the pointy end. 2 sprints to go.
Denmark went early, still with a little bit of an advantage. France with a bit of work to do. They sit in 4th place. They're desperately hoping to get another medal. And with the penultimate sprint to come, 11 laps, it's the USA. Pops up over the top of Denmark, but Italy will pop up over the top of them. So 5 points will go the way of Italy. USA will pick up the 3. What about the contenders for the medals that are right at the very top? Well, the only one of those that actually got some points then was Great Britain.
Nia Evans sneaking across the 4th, so just chipping away. Those points can become very helpful right at the end there. So let's not forget, we got double points on the final sprint. So 10 points up for grabs for the first place. 6, 4, and 2. So
it can still change.
Yeah.
Poland, if Great Britain don't score any points, Poland could still win. Australia could still win. They are the only 3 in contention for the overall title. And Italy could still get the bronze medal depending on what happens with Poland in this final sprint. So a lot could still change. However, I wouldn't mind having a 7-point advantage coming into the final sprint. That's what Great Britain have, and France want to do something special. But Australia have gone with them. This is really interesting. 7 laps to go. 2 teams off the front. Alex Manley back on the boards after that crash. And it'll look Great Britain pretty quick to try and shut that one down. It'll come off the change here now anyway, and that'll be back together.
That's it. The Brits doing a great job closing it down, defending that first place position. Only 2 teams can upset them. Oh, no, that was it.
Netherlands, Ireland, and Italy, unfortunately, going down. Another nasty crash here in the women's Madison. 5 laps to go. And we'll see what the officials do. They keep it rolling through. 5 laps to go. Irish rider on the front. Her teammate is laying on the inside of the track. Well, she has stood up, actually. But still the Italian, one of the Italian riders that is laying, and also one of the Dutch riders. 4 laps to go. They have continued on. They are on the inside of the bend. In terms of being in the way, that's probably the safest place that they can be for now. They are going to run this through to the end now. 3 laps to go. Double points on the final sprint. Less teams in contention with 3 riders laying on the inside of the velodrome. And it's Great Britain that goes around the outside. New Zealand follow them. The Australians in 3rd position. France sitting there in 4th. Strong performance here from Great Britain. They have a 7-point advantage over the Australians. The Polish Piklik sisters in the bronze medal position at the moment.
Elena Barker creating a gap, giving it absolutely everything. This is her final turn in the race.
And they have stopped the race for now. They are not going to contest the final sprint. deemed too dangerous. Riders under medical attention. 2 laps, less than 2 laps to go. And Eleanor Barker was all set for that final sprint.
She was. Eleanor Barker had created a gap. She was going to throw Nia Evans in. The Aussies were in second position, hot on the case, so it would have been a super crazy finale. But they're tending to the riders that are on the inside of the track. So that's the priority. They couldn't afford there to be a clash. If there had been another crash and people had come into these riders, then it could have been a lot worse. So here we go.
They swung up the track here. France went up and everyone else was overlapping the wheel. And that's a nasty one. Over the top. And you see the Irish rider as well. Now the rider from Ireland did jump up pretty quickly and walk to the inside. So that was reassuring. And I can actually see her standing on the other side of the track now in front of us. But that was just the overlapping of the wheels. All riders swinging up the track.
Oh, no.
And Helena Hesters was the first one to clip the wheel and go down inside the final 2 laps.
I know, that's hard because it changes so much to a race, because now all these riders are going to go and stop, they're going to refresh, and now the ones that aren't good at long distance and they're better at sprinting will be recovered. So we're going to see every team in there sprinting, and it could entirely affect the result of the race. So, but this is bike racing and it's out of their control, and the main priority is the riders' health and safety.
So what's going to happen? They've put the lap counter back, as you can see that right down the bottom here, to 9 laps to go. They will line the teams all up again, but in the order of the general classification is what I believe they'll do. That'll give at least the fair advantage to the teams that are in best contention from the overall standings. And then we'll have a 9-lap shootout.
So 3 teams can win the gold.
Okay. Great Britain really just need to finish in the points. They need to be in the top 3.
Yeah, so if Australia win gold, then they'll go to 29 points. But if Great Britain gets second, they'll move up.
Or third.
So so if they get third, they'll go to 30 points. So if they get on the podium, no problem.
Third or better is required for Great Britain to secure the gold.
Yeah.
Australia, to have a chance to win gold, must win the final sprint. And there's only 2 points between Australia and Poland, so that can still change as well.
But if Australia gets second, they can't win. So they have to win. Poland also have to win, and Great Britain miss out on the points, and Australia for them to win.
There's a bit still to play.
They're also sprinters too, the Helix sisters.
Cameron Meyer just explaining everything to Eleanor and Nia.
You must be in top 3.
Yeah. He will all understand it. Former world Madison champion himself, points race multiple times, of course. Arguably one of the, if not the greatest points race rider of all time, Cameron Myers, Juan Linares, and Uz Freuler are the 2 riders that could perhaps have that debate with him. And look at that. I told you, the gaffer tape, it'll fix the track, it'll fix shorts and cuts and abrasions as well. Alex Manley. The longer the pause, the worse it is for a rider like Alex that has crashed.
Yeah.
Starts to really sting. Fidanta has walked off the track, thankfully.
So she's a dual world champion in the scratch race and team pursuit. So hopefully she can heal up all right for the rest of the week.
So here at home you can calculate this on your own. 10 points to win the last sprint. 6 for second, 4 for third, and 2 points for fourth. Mathematically, it all can change. We've seen how strong the British team have been in the sprints, though. And I'm just looking at how they're lining. Now, I'm a bit confused about how they're lining everybody up, actually, because Great Britain have gone right to the very back. So they've lined them up in the order of the start, not in the order of the point standing. So this is a real disadvantage to Great Britain, who are lining up right at the very back of the peloton. They're racing head-to-head with Australia and Poland, and Australia lining up in 4th position here. They'll have 9 laps to fight out this women's Madison here in Glasgow. The Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome has seen so many spectacular events this week. We've still got a couple of days of competition to come. And here's another one. 9 laps of the Madison for gold.
I know. It's huge. We were just looking at Consoni before from Italy, so her partner Fidanza coming off of the track. So Consoni can finish this, but she has to do all 9 laps by herself against the other 2 teams, well, the teams that can swap with 2 people. So if she
feel for her.
Yeah, but if her team is currently on 14, so if they got 10 points, they could technically move up into silver.
Yep.
So,
well,
good luck, Consoni.
Definitely, if she could get any points, it might be, if she finishes 4th, that could be enough to get bronze if Poland don't score any points. So there's still the bronze medal to play, but I do not fancy Consoni's chances of getting in the...
Yeah.
It would be extraordinary. And I wish her all the best, but it would be extraordinary if she can get herself into the bronze medal position. So that's the lady in 2nd position for Italy. I feel for it. 9 laps, final 9 laps. And look at that. Nia Evans straight up around the outside. She knows the importance of being in front, so she has come straight to the front of the peloton. They'll get 8 laps to go. The first change for all of these riders is about to happen.
This is going to be a hectic 9 laps. People have a little bit more energy. People will be desperate.
Great Britain and Australia. Now, they have both gone off. Their partners have gone off at the same time. So they're about to come up and make a change as well. So there's the Australian change. Manley comes in for Baker. And the Brits are about to change just up around the corner. Whew, okay.
So many of these teams could get on the podium if they win this final sprint. So it's a lot of, there's medals up for grabs. 6 laps to go.
Might take us.
It looks like the Brits are happy to stay on the front. A 9-lap time trial between them.
Oh, they know they're in a commanding position. They don't have to win the final sprint. They just have to finish 4th or better, the British team. They've gone straight to the front to try and control this race.
Australia are a long way back now.
This is not a great situation for the Australians.
No.
They are extraordinarily far back for where they need to be.
They need to be in front of those Picklick sisters. If they don't win that final sprint, they need to be in front of the Picklicks. So the Brits still in the front. 3 laps to go. Second last change for them.
Side by side, Great Britain, France. Now a little bit of a move from Baker from Australia. She has to get up around the outside, needs to keep going. Now it's 3 wide. Can you imagine the last change? 3 wide. This is going to be dangerous as well. Looking for a partner. Georgia Baker gone to the front. If they win this final sprint and Great Britain don't score any points, or even if they finish 4th, there's a chance Australia can take the gold here. And down the back straight, lap and a half to go. The changes are about to happen. Georgia Baker about to change to Alex Manley. And they're coming into the final lap in 3rd position. USA go into the final lap in the front. Then it's France. Australia down the back straight in 3rd. Great Britain in 4th. Poland in 5. 10 points are going to go to France. They are going to move up to 22 points. Australia pop over the top. For 2nd, they get 6. Poland, Picklick sisters, they snatched the 4 points in 3rd, and it was only 2 points to Great Britain.
I think the Brits have done enough.
It will be. Because Australia finished 2nd.
Yes.
That means Great Britain's 4th place should be enough.
They win by 3 points.
They get it by 3 points. Great Britain take gold on 28 points. Australia the silver medal on 25. Then it's France on 22. Poland, 21. Even though Poland got some points, they lost the podium spot. France jumped up into 3rd. But it's a race for Great Britain. The crowd love it. What a fantastic ride. Nia Evans and Eleanor Barker after a crash-marred Madison here in Glasgow.
Wowee, what a race, what a finale. And after that pause as well, I think that they're very deserving winners. That was a brilliant race. They took it on from the start, were in control, had it at the end, despite all the chaos. And their teammates were the Olympic champions. This is a different duo. World title for Great Britain. Eleanor Barker, Nia Evans. Won gold earlier this week in the team pursuit.
Solid ride from the Aussies. They've been missing from the top step or the podium in the last couple of years in the Madison, so that's a good comeback from them to finish in second place. Only 3 points off the gold medal. And
Absolutely.
France were great early. They went missing. They were lost for the middle of the race, and they've still got themselves back onto the podium in third.
Yeah, they were my ones for the win. I thought that they might have it, but yeah, the Brits were just too strong. Australia's got to be happy with the second.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And Chiara Consoni, of course, no points in the final sprint for her, doing the last 9 laps on her own. The Italian team do finish 5th. And the Polish team of the Piklik sisters, who were in the bronze medal position, coming to that final sprint. They've just fallen off the podium and into 4th place. Elena Barker. She's so happy to be back racing at this level.
Yeah, she had a baby. Absolutely incredible. Had a baby and come back. She rides for UNOX on the road, the Danish team. They've been very supportive. And she's come back stronger than ever.
3 riders in the British team have come back to these championships after having babies in the last 12 months.
It just shows where sport is now. The support for females in sport is just so incredible. So good on her for showing the rest of the world that it can be done. Congrats, Nia. 3rd in the IP this week as well. Oh, 4th in the IP. I'm sure this gold would taste extra sweet. So the final points, 28 to Great Britain, 25 to Australia, and 22 to France. Whew. I don't know about you guys out there watching, but I'm exhausted. It had it all.
Change of combination, doesn't matter. They still win gold. Great Britain, the depth of talent's incredible.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, wow, look at that.
Bit of road rash there as well.
Yeah.
Saw that earlier in the week, actually, from Nia Evans. Touchdown somewhere before the championships.
Oh, she's a tough cookie.
Well, we just witnessed why you have to be a tough cookie. Crash-marred events, so much going on. And look, a shout-out to the riders that did go down, wishing them, like everyone is at home, wishing them all the best and a speedy recovery.
Yeah, the good thing is they were both jumped up and walked off the track, so luckily all okay. Cleared, I hope, of the concussion, hopefully soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, not nice. Flip of the wheels. Big win by the French in that final sprint to bump up onto that podium. Makes such a difference, those final 10 points.
And woulda, coulda, didn't, doesn't matter. But if Great Britain didn't pick up those 2 points, there would have been 1 point in it between Great Britain and Australia. They sort of won, but it would have looked fantastic on the board. 1 point, the difference between gold and silver. In the end, it was 3 points. Didn't really matter. Great Britain take gold ahead of Australia. France with the bronze.
Are you not entertained?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I am. That was crazy.
Well, that was very much.
Oh, but I'm sitting here thinking, what if? You know, like I'm like, what if that didn't get pulled off? So can you imagine what the riders must be feeling?
Yeah.
Like,
it's one of those things. Look, they could have finished that off and no incidents and everything would have been okay. However, the potential for danger was high.
That's it.
So I think they've done the right thing, but gee, it would have been nice to see it just run through.
Oof. All right.
Okay.
Next. It doesn't stop.
No, it doesn't. I'm telling you. I know it's your first night in the commentary with me, Annette Edmondson, but hold on to your seat because it does not stop. As we go back into the men's sprint finals, this is the race for gold. Oh, sorry, this one particularly is the race for the bronze. And Jack Carlin won the first race up against Mateusz Rudik from Poland. JC Kenny, legend of sprinting, as the coach for Great Britain, Olympic and world champion. So he's been guiding Jack Carlin, who really has come on in the last couple of years, medalist at the Olympic Games. He's one up. If he wins this, it's a bronze medal again to Great Britain. We'll see later on in the final, Harry Levraisen up against Nicholas Paul. But for now, we focus on Rudik and Carlin. It was an entertaining first ride between these two. Both looking tactically very astute, but the extra speed and power that Carlin had was enough to claim the win.
So the cat and mouse, 3 laps to cover. They can go as fast as they want. They can go technically as slow as they want once they've gone past it, half a lap. Rudick keeping an eye on Jack Carlin. Jack moving up the track here, winding the big gears up.
Two laps remain. Is it a bronze medal for Jack Carlin? Can Rudick force a deciding matchup? Now the speed builds down the back straight. Very high on the track, Jack Carlin. Rudick trying to accelerate away of him to try and drag him down the track. He was able to do that, but back up the track Jack goes. Now they're into the back straight. Look at the speed of the rider from Great Britain. Out of the saddle once more from Rudick, trying to fight back on the inside. Such a long way around the bend when you're on the outside, and still comes through to get bronze. Over the top in a really tight one. Jack Carlin, he's not sure, he's not convinced. They've given it to him. Carlin claims bronze.
Hear that crowd.
There was a look of doubt on the face of Jack Carlin. Grew up on these boards. He is from Scotland, and the home crowd love it.
He's happy with that. 9.952, an average of 72.34 kilometres per hour. And he timed it to perfection. A win's a win. Don't have to win by much. If you win by just that fraction, that's the difference.
Great acceleration down the back straight as he popped out of the slipstream of Rudick. And it looked at that point that he was going to sail past, but the fight back on the inside from the pole. Experience, he's been around a long time. He just kept at it. And I thought, well, maybe he might hold on here and force a decider. And these long straights, downhill run for Jack Carlin, use that to his advantage. Well, that's the bronze medal going to Great Britain. Now we have to sort out the gold. Harry Levreisen. 4 straight World Championships in a row. Can he make it 5? Started out in BMX. He was a European champion as a BMX rider. But Nicholas Paul is the last rider to beat him. Last year, Nations Cup in Colombia, Paul was able to beat Harry Levreisen.
And Matt Richardson at the Truck Champions League.
Yeah, Richo has beaten him as well. This man's the last one to do it.
There's not many. There's honestly not many.
That's it. In the last couple of years, they are the only two. Richo was beaten by Harry coming through the rounds. Nicholas Paul has also been beaten by him in the first race here. So Nicholas, he's beaten him before. He has to do it again if he wants to force a decider. For now, Harry has one hand on his 5th straight world title.
So Levreisen from the front, slowing it down, trying to tempt Nicholas Paul to move to the front. Nicholas Paul's a very crafty rider. He's very quick and nifty. And so if there's anyone to upset Levreisen, it would be him.
On paper, the world record holder, Nicholas Paul, really is the only man you would think would be able to match the speed and power of Harry Levreisen.
Although he came out from behind, had a good run, just couldn't quite get there in the first round. So can Levreisen make it 2 from 2 and seal the title for 2023?
Gold medal already in the pocket for Harry this week in the team sprint. They got the better of Australia, reversing that result from the previous year. But now it's all about individual performance and holding the first position. Levreisen quite happy to be there. Lap and a half to go, starting to build up the speed now. Staying really low on the track as they come around to get the bell. Big gap now being given, though, from Nicholas Paul. You've got to be careful to allow a man like Harry Levreisen that amount of space, because look at him go down the back straight. Nicholas Paul has the speed, closing in on Harry Levreisen. It's not going to be enough, though, because Levreisen is just too good. 5th straight World Championship gold medal in this event. Incredible. Superman, Harry Levreisen. 13
world titles to Levreisen. That's So impressive. Two-time Olympic champion has now added the 2023 World Sprint title to his name. There's the Dutch fans going wild. Bring orange. Heard that he might be wearing the Olympic kit, and that we might be seeing a little bit more orange.
Well, there is a splattering of orange here at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. All the way around, you can see them standing up and celebrating this marvellous sprinter. 5 straight World Championship rainbow jerseys in this discipline. Just extraordinary.
Yes, so impressive. One is impressive.
Yeah.
Let alone five in a row.
Talk about dominance. You throw in the team sprints and the Kirans as well. It's just amazing. 26-year-old.
Still got a few years in him.
Oh, plenty. All comes down to mindset and willpower. How long does he want to go on for? He's got plenty left. Big question for anyone else in the sprint competition heading towards Paris 2024. What can they do? And look at that. Gave him way too much. Anyone giving anything to Harry is a lot, but despite the credentials of Nicholas Paul, there was a fair amount of space that he gave. He got to the back wheel, flicked up to try and come around the outside, but it's too far to the line.
There he is, another lap. Lap it up. I love it. I said this before, I just love how special it is and how much it means to these riders, even though it's his 13th.
Aussie Matthew Glaetzer is the last rider to win the World Championships that wasn't named Harry Lovelace. That was 2018.
Gee whiz.
Now he's had time off for cancer treatment in the meantime. That's how long ago it was that this guy wasn't the world champion.
Harry, unbelievable. We just keep seeing that smile getting broader and broader and broader. How big is it going to be? That's 5 World Sprint Championships now.
It's insane. It's and cost me a lot. It was my 5th consecutive day of racing, so it takes a lot of energy and focus. But I really love it in the velodrome, with the atmosphere, with all the sprinties. Had a lot of fun today. Really, really quick finals. And but this is the 5th. It's unbelievable.
Well, you better believe it, mate. Well done, Harry. Amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. There's been a couple of dominant riders throughout the history of the men's sprint. 1895 in Cologne was the first one that was held, and that was Robert Proten from Belgium, who beat George Banker from the United States. Koichi Nakano, 10 straight titles. But what a Madison it was. Crash-strewn. We can hear from our champions from that event as well.
Yeah. I'm speechless. You're strong, you're fast, you've got stamina, but you're gladiatorial. That's what it looked like from here. What was it like up there, Elena?
Oh, I was so unbelievably nervous all day, all of yesterday, thinking about all of the millions of scenarios that could have happened. And it was like, as soon as it started, I just had to think about the one that was happening. And it was kind of like, I don't know, it was a relief as soon as the gun started. And then instant just, oh my God, suddenly going through all of the scenarios again when it looked like we were about to win. There was 2 laps to go, we were on the front, I was about to swing it in to win the last sprint, and then the race finished, or stopped for the crash. And obviously we're the lucky ones, we were up and we were fine and we weren't injured, but oh my God, all the stress just came back. And then relief again to cross the line. And I had a pretty decent idea that we just had to score as long as Australia and Poland didn't win. But there was just I just couldn't celebrate until I saw it for sure, because we all crossed the line so close together.
How was it, Neil, compared with, all the other?
Women's T5 scratch race has just got underway. No attacks as yet. So you can see here, riders on the track ready to go.
So last year, Nicole Murray from New Zealand, who's in at the front of the bunch now at the top of the track, she was our winner of this race. So here's our start list. So Nicole also won silver and bronze this week in the individual pursuit and the 500. So she's on form and probably looking to add a gold to her collection.
And in the field also from the Netherlands is Caroline Groets. She won the 500 metre time trial. So perhaps on paper she's the one with the most outright speed. And the winner of the individual pursuit, Gorgan from France, not doing the scratch race, but it was Nicole Murray that was second. So in terms of strength, you might say it's the New Zealander that might have the most. In terms of pure speed, Caroline Groet.
Yep, so we have 40 laps today of the track, 10 kilometres. We're 5 laps in. So just missed the start, but it's all together. Haven't seen any attacks or movement so far.
One rider just losing contact off the back though, from Brazil, Carolina Leite. And all bunched up together.
So we have Marie Patoulet. I'm really bad at French pronunciation. Patoulet. So she was third last year in the scratch race. So we'll be watching her as well. She's on the front now. Netherlands on her wheel, and we have the Australian Alana Forster on the inside. Great Britain's Morgan Newbury up around the top of the track. Claudia Creti, she was also third in the individual pursuit. She's in the blue for Italy.
First Para World Championships for Alana Forster. It's only in the last 18 months that she had a traffic accident that sees her go from the National Road Series in Australia as a strong endurance rider to racing in the Paras.
Morgan Newbury winding it up at the front, putting the pace down.
Inspired by what she saw from the women in the Madison earlier, perhaps, Morgan Newbury. Great Britain have been very dominant in the para events. Over 13 gold medals that they have achieved this week. And Patoulet, 35 years of age, bronze medalist, if you mentioned, last year, dominating the front of the peloton here as they are just about to catch with 30 laps to go. Carolina from Brazil. And from Colombia, there's Paula Osa. She is following perhaps the favourite, if they keep at this speed, Caroline Groet from the Netherlands. Claudia Creti, bronze medalist in the individual pursuit this week. She also raced at the elite level until a couple of years ago. Newbury at the back. The only rider to really put in a decent attack, and she's gone right to the very back now though. Nicole Murray, a couple of medals this week, third in the 500, second in the individual pursuit.
She swings up, but so does the bunch. Looks like there are a few people that are happy with the pace, but the problem is if you move up to the top like this and the pace drops off, then it opens up everyone for attack. So if anyone was wanting to take a lap, the lull is a good moment.
Carolina Leite has already gone one lap behind.
I think Brazil gets the most points for most enthusiasm whilst on camera at this champs. If there's a competition.
Is it Carnival? Not this time of year. There's Alana Forster, Dr. Alana Forster. She's also part of an Australian fast-track commissaire program with the Brisbane Olympic Games coming up in 2032. There has been a big push to make sure we accredit a few more younger commissaires, so we have the right age of commissaires for the Games in 2032. Our most accomplished and respected commissaires are starting to get to the age where they might be too old to be allowed to be a part of the officials in Brisbane at the Games. So bringing through an old generation, and Alana is one of those.
The new generation. Claudia Creti down at the bottom of the track, whilst our New Zealander Nicole Murray is at the top.
24 laps remain.
I get that feeling that something's about to happen, Scott.
Yes, when you see riders right at the very, very top.
The pace is starting to increase. Everyone's looking around.
That's Newbury on the back, the only one that's gone on the attack. And look at her just drifting off the back a little bit, maybe just waiting, ready to pounce. Patoulet, Murray, side by side, Creti in behind them. Underneath, not wanting...
Here we go.
Yeah.
You called it, Scott.
It was smoke signals. The message was so loud and clear. Caroline Groot, the 500-metre time trial champion, is now going to have to do something if she wants to keep herself in contention, because Newbury from Great Britain is gone and G from China has gone with her. So two riders, if they work together, they'll have a big advantage here. And Nicole Murray making sure she's quick to respond.
Yeah, Creti on her wheel too. Group of four coming together with France not far behind. They swing up. Nicole Murray thinking about going again.
So that's two big attacks from Newbury now. Pretty clear to say that she does not want a bunch sprint.
19 laps to go now. The women's C5 scratch race at the 2023 UCI World Championships.
Blue colours, light blue colours just at the back there. Marie-Lise Jewell. And she lost contact with that acceleration, so she's quite happy when it slows back down and allows her to get back into the bunch. 19 laps now.
So it's scratch race. First across the line wins. If you take a lap, you go one lap up. If you lose a lap, you're -1. So all of these riders are on the same lap at the moment.
Marie Patoulet from France. She was second in the 500, so she has some fantastic top-end speed as well. So there's silver and gold from the 500 in first and second position. They're quite happy to make this as short and as easy as possible. Don't want any of these attacks. They want a slow race so they can demonstrate their fast sprint that they both possess.
Yeah, it looks like most of these riders are looking for a sprint, apart from
Forster doesn't want a sprint.
Oh, there you go.
So Alana Forster on the attack. Nicole Murray's gone out after her. Creti as well. G from China. Then it's Newbury from Great Britain, just off the back of G. Oops. Forster swung up. She's gone way too far back now. Didn't quite get that timing right. Needed to drop down behind the wheel of Newbury. If anyone has the strength, this would be a good time to go now. And Alana Forster again just sneaking up underneath. But not...
Yeah, it looked like she was going to go again.
It did, didn't it? Yeah, but then stomped straight to the fence. I'll come around to get 14 laps to go now. This is the women's C5 scratch race. 3 serious attacks, 1 from Forster, 2 from Newbury. Great Britain and Australia, the most aggressive riders so far. And once again, Marie Patoulet, followed by Carolina Groot on the front, containing things.
Yeah, this is perfect for Groot. She's getting a sit out of the wind. Marie Patoulet is doing a little bit of work into the wind, so she's obviously happy with that pace.
Forster right up the top of the track though, but Nicole Murray glued to the wheel. So we can see a few riders trying to get a bit of elevation because they do want to go on the attack again, but now everyone's sort of aware of that situation and scenario. Patoulet, there's Forster. She's gone down underneath, trying to put herself onto the wheel there of Carolina Groot.
So 11 laps remaining. Under 3 kilometres to go. Alana Forster moves up to the front alongside Marie Patoulet.
And Groot for the first time actually. Oh, here we go. Bit of a touch of handlebars, I think, there as Patoulet comes back around to get into that first position. And Carolina Groot says, thank you very much. I'll go back into my usual posse in 2.
Yeah, it looked...
So here we are. There's Forster and Patoulet. Oopsala, that was dangerous.
Yeah. Oh, we have Morgan Newbury on the attack again. This one is a solid one.
Oh, look at the hesitation from the field. That is a big move from Newbury.
Gee whiz.
Nicole Murray has reacted from New Zealand, but she reacted a little bit late there. It's going to be a big effort from her. Alana Forster follows Nicole Murray. 9 laps to go inside the final 10. Big attack here from Newbury.
It almost looked like this is like turbo speed. She opened that gap up super quick, but we've got Nicole Murray.
She's gone on with it.
She's gone straight around.
Yep, she caught Newbury and she's continued on. I looked across the track there just to see the lap scoreboard. Want to know exactly how many laps to go. She'll see now 7 to go. And the big scramble, Forster's still there. Osa is also there. One rider missing, the orange colours of the Netherlands, because the speeds to Carolina Groot has been dropped, but now they've eased up. We can see Groot just trying to get herself back to the peloton.
I think Marie Patoulet doesn't like being too close to people.
Yeah. She was really, really keen to get herself back out in front. Alana Forster high on the track, Patoulet down the bottom.
Yeah. So Alana Forster winding it up. Groot back in, looking for Patoulet's wheel. 6 laps to go, though.
Nice and high on the track. Alana Forster, Marie Patoulet, as she has been, sitting on the blue band. And Forster goes again, dives down underneath. So 5 laps to go, and it's the Australian Alana Forster now. Very similar to what we just saw from Morgan Newbury. Some hesitation in the main field. Patoulet and Murray looking at each other. Who's going to chase? They're thinking about the sprint. That gives a big advantage to Forster. 4 laps to go.
Yeah, she's opening up a big gap. She's got about a third of a lap, as you can see here on the field. So 3.5 laps to go for her. The hesitation in the back bunch. Oh, we've got Nicole.
Well, Morgan Newbury has gone to the front here for Great Britain, trying to mount a chase. But 3 laps to go, and Alana Forster is out in front. Here comes Xinjiang Ji and also Morgan Newbury.
They've got to hold straight now. They've got a lot of work to do with 2 laps. At this point, there's no hesitation. You've got to commit. You've got to go and close that gap. Claudia Credi coming around the outside for Italy. She's got a lot of speed on her. There's 2 laps to go. Is there enough time, Scott?
Creti has just swung up the track. Lap and a half to go. There's a bit of speed on in the main field. Paula Osa as well as Creti. And 1 lap to go now. There should be enough in this for Alana Forster. The sprint's going to happen from behind. They are going to be rushing Alana down the back straight. She has to dig deep to try and hold on here. It's her first Para World Championships, and the gap is starting to come down. 4 wide down the back straight. It's Claudia Creti trying to close in. Alana Forster trying to hold on. And it's a gold medal to Alana Forster in her first Para World Championships. Well done, Alana. Fantastic sprint from Osa and also Creti to try and claim the minor medals. But Alana Forster claims the gold for Australia.
Wow, that was a great effort. 6 laps to go, took the initiative, attacked down the back straight. There was hesitation from the bunch. Claudia Creti wasn't sure if she should swing up with a couple of laps to go. I think she started thinking about second, but she almost got there to the back wheel of Forster, but Forster takes the gold home for Australia. Creti in second, and Veloza from Colombia in third.
Now, the rush was always going to come, wasn't it? But Alana timed it perfectly. Got a big enough gap. It has been a real tough time. I know Alana personally, and it has been a really tough time over the last 12, 18 months. So really pleased to see the Australian come away with the gold medal here. So many fantastic stories at the World Championships. And I can tell you this is another one.
Yeah, she's absolutely stoked about it, as she should be.
Yeah. Well, regardless in the end, I'm happy for someone that attacked to come away with the win. He was pretty slow for a fair amount of time there. And we saw how Claudia Creci was just trying to cover all the moves. Didn't want to do too much work because she was hoping there was going to be a pure sprint at the end. I do like it. The riders appreciate the effort, actually, when the attacks start coming. So good to see. Whether it was Morgan Newbury, who was really aggressive as well. There's Nick Owen, coach and sports scientist and friend within the paracycling program. They will be over the moon.
Yeah, I feel for Nicole Murray. I feel like she closed down most of the attacks, and on this last one she looked for help and no one wanted to help her, so hesitation meant that Forster went off the front and took the win. So good on Forster for having the guts. No guts, no glory.
Yep. Dr. Alana Forster, world champion. Men's B sprint finals. This is the decider for the bronze medal. Another Australian trying to get themselves up for a medal. Bo Wooten with Byron Davies up against Raphael Beaujolais and Quintin Calarion. France versus Australia. And it looks like Australia has drawn position number 1. So one race each. This is the decider for the bronze. First little psychological victory goes to Australia by drawing number 1 in this third race. If the teams are evenly matched in the B tandems, it's a huge advantage to be able to start that final lap from first position. Shane Kelly, 4-time world champ. There's Bo Wooten, South Australia. Queenslander and a South Australian on the back. And you can see, quick little start there, making sure they go into position 1, and then now backing off a little bit. Got to be careful. Not a lot of room to move.
No, when you've got 2 people on that bike, there's a lot of weight and a lot of momentum to pause. So they're back on the track. French moving up to the top. Australia's keeping an eye on them. Starting to wind it up. So building pace here. The French tempting the Australians to go. Remember, it's 1 each now. The Aussies winning the first one.
Well, this is it. Straight shot. Forget about the previous races. Do or die. Winner goes onto the podium with the bronze medal. Oh, Australia has gone down heavily. Oh, no. Terrible situation. France narrowly avoided the Australians. Oh. And we could just see Byron Davies just threw the bike down to try and get to the bottom of the track, and unfortunately just drove it straight into the bottom. Really terrible situation to see that.
They went down really hard. Yeah.
Oh, that was uncomfortable to watch. They will get the chance, if they're okay, to come back out. Of course, you have to look at the equipment, because you can imagine the twisting and the damage that could be done to a bike as long as that, with that kind of fall. Let's hope that the boys are both okay. Well, this was to be the last race of the evening. Terrible that it would finish this way. They had the bike up and out of the way. Both riders still, as you can see the French team coming around, so both riders still being tended to on the bottom of the track.
Yeah, both riders are moving.
Yeah. Byron Davies is sitting up, so that's a great sign as well. What a night it has been. Fantastic performance, great races, a few crashes, and now this one. Really terrible situation. So trying to control the front position. And you're always constantly looking over your shoulder, and then just there. Oh, that was nasty.
We're so lucky they missed the French team as they slid up. But yeah, they just lost just that little bit of momentum, and they, yeah.
But Byron Davies is up and walking back. So that's good to see. Still being tended to on the ground is Bo Wooten. He has been moving though, so that's a good sign. Well, Byron Davies, at least he's been able to walk back to the Australian camp. And we'll wait to see what happens here now with Bo Wooten. The French pairing are also just now walking off the track. They narrowly missed the Australians.
Yeah, this is the final event of the evening, so such a shame. Crash is a part of this sport.
Well, there will be a rerun of this race if both Aussies can get themselves up and going. Now, we saw Byron Davies, so I think he'll be okay. It's the question over Bo Wooten, whether he's going to be physically capable or mentally willing to get back onto the track. Alana Forster, though, she is the winner of the previous race. And we can hear from the Australian in her first Para World Championships. It'll be an emotional night for her.
Alana, monstrously good. How hard were those final 5 laps? I guess in a way it simplified everything. In a way it made everything very hard.
Definitely. I'm quite new to track, so I've watched quite a lot of track racing, and the able-bodied Aussie girls are pretty helpful. But I'm not a sprinter. So it was very tactical, almost like my background's road, not track. So you have to use what skills you've got, and I certainly don't have a big punch, so I had to have a wind up and use the track as much as possible. Get some good advice from the able-bodied girls and my coach. G'd up by the crowd. Like, this is incredible. I've never been anywhere like this, but pity they're not cheering for the Aussies. Why are they all going for GB?
There'll be a reason for that. I tell you what, you got the legs, you got the brain too. Well done, world champion.
Thank you. Can I just say a quick thank you to everyone back home for watching? It means the world to have such support. The team's been great, a lot of behind-the-scenes staff, and go, go, go Aussies. There's a lot of racing to come. Keep watching, guys. Thank you.
You're wonderful, Alana. Well done.
I don't know if you could watch that interview and not smile. Like, I loved it. It's so cool. So stoked. And it's nice that she's using those around her.
Well, we just have been told, after that fantastic interview from Alana Forster, that there will not be a rerun now. So Bo Wooten is conscious, he's okay, but physically not capable to get back up to do another bike race. So he'll head off to the hospital to get some scans and some checks, which means Beaujolais and Cladrillon will come away with the bronze medal. So France claimed the bronze. It was Great Britain with Neil Farke picking up his 17th world title along with Matthew Rotherham in the gold medal position, and Thomas Ulbricht and Robert Forstermann from Germany picking up the silver. So unfortunately, the Aussies unable to continue in the competition. France picking up bronze. All the best to Bo Wooten and everyone else that hit the deck tonight. Speedy recovery to all of them. Alana's right about all the people behind the scenes. It does take a tribe to put these riders on the track.
Certainly does. You can see it here. There are two athletes sitting here, and there's 4 staff from France. So, yeah, I'd say there's probably double the amount of staff members that there are as athletes at some of these teams. And yeah, from coaches to soigneurs to sports scientists, mechanics. You've got your team back home, your family, your friends, your teammates, your friends. Yeah. Well, it's like I've heard friends twice. But yeah, it takes a lot, and yeah, it's nice to lean on everybody if you can.
And Bo now has been stretched off the track. We know he was moving, and this is all precautionary. Wish him all the best. He'll go to the hospital, get some scans, and hopefully it all comes out okay, and there is a speedy recovery. I must say, the French narrowly avoided the Aussies as they also slipped back up the track as the French were coming past.
Yeah, I feel like they're still in shock. They're not sure what happened because they're the only ones who haven't seen the replay. They were too busy riding their bike. So big shame for them because I'm sure they wouldn't have wanted to win in that fashion.
So the final standings, 17 world titles. Incredible. And that was the best victory salute of the competition so far. Test has gone out to anybody else. Who can beat that?
I wonder if they've got a name for it. Looks like the butterfly.
Yeah.
Look at it. That straight into it as well.
Great Britain, Germany, France. Gold, silver, bronze. Men's B sprint. And it's another medal, another gold medal, that goes the way of Great Britain. They really have dominated the medal tallies in the para cycling. It's been much more even spread in the able body, but in the paras, Great Britain have been amazing, it must be said.
Here we go. Look at this. I like the serious look on the forehead as well. So much determination in that salute as well.
I imagine it takes a lot of skill to do the double salute on a tandem.
Yeah. Well, they're used to it. That's what happens when you win so many world titles.
As I said, another gold medal in the paras for Great Britain. And we can bring up the medal table for the para athletes so far. We're still a couple of days of racing. You can see just how dominant the Brits have been. 24 total medals, 13 gold. France, second best with 7. And then People's Republic of China, Australia and the Netherlands with 3 gold. It's also great that there have been 19 nations picking up medals throughout the para disciplines. We've had so many races over these 6 days. Still a couple of days of racing to come, so there's a few more nations that might add to that. Up to 15 of the 22 events in the able bodies. Great Britain again leading the table there, but not by too much, only 2 points over Germany, Netherlands and the United States. 16 teams or nations spread out through all of the medals. 19 for the paras, 16 for the men. Plenty of opportunities for other nations still to come, Nettie.
Absolutely. 2 more nights days and night. Tomorrow is double session, then the next day is just a single session. So yeah, lots more exciting action to come.
Absolutely. Well, that's Annette Edmondson you're listening to. My name is Scott McGrory. You can make sure that you tune in tomorrow because we'll be back because the action will continue here in Glasgow.